Okay. Good morning. Welcome. This is the continuation of the March 8th Historic District Commission meeting. And we're going to launch right in, but first I'm going to turn it over to our chair to officially reopen the hearing.
All right, thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Welcome. We will reconvene our March 8th meeting today. Thank you so much for joining us. And the time right now is 9:37 a.m. Christy, should I add anything, or Jill, should I add anything outside of that? Okay, all right, let's get started.
I think,
Chair.
Okay.
yes.
All right. Good morning. I'm Kim Parati, Chairperson of the Charlotte Historic District Commission. The regular March meeting of the Historic District Commission is now back in session after recessing on March 8th. I also call today's special meeting to order at 9:38 a.m. Welcome back to those who joined us last week, and welcome to those who are joining us for today's special meeting. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Phil Goodwin, Krista Lineberger, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, all of whom are present in the meeting room. Also present are Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Cindy Kohanek, Jenny Shugart, Marilyn Drath, Jill Sanchez-Myers. Thomas Powers will be joining us, Nicole Hewitt, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I'd like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool, and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. Then HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial, and the majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, just for the record, Commissioner Wojcik is not present yet. Just wanted to clarify.
Sure, and let me see. Let's see if I did say your name. So Commissioner Wojcik will be joining us later on in the meeting. Thank you so much, Jill.
And we are starting with agenda item number 13, 325 West Summit, 1501 South Mint Street. This application was continued from the December meeting for the items listed in the staff memo, materials, painted brick, fences, all those items. The applicant has submitted revised plans. And I am getting to the plans. I'm on page 7. I'm gonna just turn it straight over to the applicants and let them talk about the project and the changes and get going with your presentation. So let me know what slide to go to next.
Okay, thank you. This is good here. So good morning. I'm Jason Hood. I presented in December the first time on this property. Clyde Thomas is not the owner of the property, but the tenant leasing all 3 buildings on the property. So Clyde's here today to potentially answer questions or provide information. Again, we presented in December. I think, there were multiple buildings on this site. We did receive the comments, but I also went back to the presentation and try to clarify for everyone's understanding and sort of simplify what we're looking at as we walk through the presentation, both in terms of the work being proposed and the work that's currently in place. There has been a drastic reduction in proposed work, which I will go through in this presentation. So that's where we're heading with this. So I wanted to kind of start at a much larger scale and move down to a much smaller scale. So this is in this slide, that is our site. We are essentially the most northeastern property in the Wilmore Historic District, closest to Uptown. The majority of this, well, we'll go to the next slide, kind of shows. I know we're not talking about use, but there were some questions in terms of use that came up last time. So
Probably skip that, and if there are questions, we can answer them. Maybe
Okay.
Jump straight into the changes and
fair enough. Okay.
Mhm.
I really just wanted to show that, again, there's a very small sliver in the Wilmore Historic District that is commercial and just wanted to show where this property sits within that commercial area. The third slide, okay, jump. So, 325 West Summit, we are currently, the revised proposal is to not provide any changes to the current existing building. We've put on the shelf any changes to that building, both interior or exterior. A question last meeting was the mural on the rear of the building, which is existing. I spoke with Clyde here. We pulled some still shots from a video that was taken of the building September 13th, 2019. The original back of that building was painted white. It's currently painted with this mural. So in terms of material, it's still a paint. I understand it's a mural now. So that's the current state of the building. We're not proposing any changes to the building than what you see there. Those are, the next slide just shows the existing conditions of the building. Again, no changes proposed. The next building, as part of this presentation, is 1501 South Mint Street. Also, no exterior changes are being proposed for this building either. Everything is to remain. No murals, no paint has been provided on this building. You can see the existing conditions. So at this point, there are no changes being provided to that building. These other items came up during the December meeting. I've talked with Clyde and requested that what you see in red on that middle building was some millwork counter that was built not according to historical district standards. That counter is being removed, has been removed already. There was an outdoor stage. I've provided a picture of that existing stage. That stage is also being removed. Again, there were varying things that were of concern for that stage. So that stage is also being removed. And then really the final slide here. This is in regards to the green areas are, to describe that, is a indoor-outdoor carpet. That indoor-outdoor carpet is temporary in nature. It is not affixed to the ground and is currently covering a mixture of asphalt, concrete, and gravel, just to provide, more of a level surface, I guess you could say. The red areas are temporary fencing that's not affixed to the ground, that is not affixed to the buildings. Temporary fencing is used primarily to demarcate where food and drink can be served per ABC laws. So it's not a permanent construction, but these show generally the location which correspond to some existing curves and concrete on the site. So differences in grade on site. So that is the scope of what's being proposed for this project.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your presentation. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We do.
Okay.
Candace, it looks like, has Cam called in, or Cam, are you on
Yeah, I'm here.
WebEx?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Do you have video capability?
Yeah, I can hold my phone.
Okay. We'd love to see you if we could.
Here, is it? Am
There
I
we
on?
go.
Perfect.
Yep, perfect.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Camden Muldrow. I live at 320 Westwood Avenue, which is directly behind this establishment. I've stated before how tough of a neighbor 1501 is to live behind and the amount of noise they produce. I won't get into that again, mainly because, as we've said, the HDC has no purview over that. But I think context is important in that. So I guess I had not looked at this application since I guess it was updated from the March 8th meeting. Obviously, it's pretty different on that day. So it's interesting to me that the only thing being proposed is turf grass, I guess, and temporary fencing. Mr. Hood just said both of those, the turf and the fencing, were temporary. But I mean, to me, it seems like if it's never moved, at some point it becomes not temporary. Not mentioned just now were the tents that have been put up for probably 2 years now, maybe. I mean, that's the zoning thing. That's not even just HDC. Uh, Tents can't be permanently left up. I think at a meeting, maybe the December meeting, the HDC said that that was a responsibility for zoning to tackle. When I talked to the zoning reviewer, what was her name? Whoever the woman, Mandy, excuse me, Mandy Edwards, she said it was an HTC thing. So clearly there's some miscommunication there. I don't know how tents could be left up for years on end and still be considered temporary. Same with the turf grass. I don't think it's a very good look. It's certainly not historic. I know the HDC obviously has very strict standards. I've listened to other meetings, and y'all have come down pretty hard. Like at the last meeting, the gentleman who had the backyard fireplace, standalone fireplace thing. That was I think a good example of a time y'all were pretty strict and reasonably so. Y'all were well within your right to do that. And so I only ask that the commission holds 1501 to the same strict standards in terms of these temporary elements that they've added. One more question about the stage. Mr. Hood just said that they're proposing to demolish the stage or they're going to demolish the stage. I would urge the commission to actually see that through because, I mean, just having lived behind this establishment, I highly doubt that that stage will be demolished unless y'all go out there and see that it is. It seems to me that if you were going to propose to demolish it, you would have already done it, not be waiting to like tell the commission this is what we're going to do. Seems like a pretty easy way to try to sneak out of actually doing it. Yeah, I mean, and just generally, the site is kind of not kind of, it is a pretty prominent corner in the neighborhood. It's kind of the entrance to the neighborhood. It's right now just a hodgepodge of materials. I think a more cohesive design by the architect and I guess a landscape architect maybe could actually make this a successful project. It feels very piecemeal together right now. Everything is an afterthought. It looks like kind of things are just tacked on randomly over the past few years. And so I think to bring it into compliance, some true effort to really make it a cohesive design would go a long way and certainly be very beneficial for the neighborhood. One thing that was not talked about, there's no dumpster enclosure. Their dumpsters sit on West Summit, and I'm pretty sure zoning requires a dumpster enclosure anyway. So I think it'd be very nice to see those dumpsters actually hidden from view and not just strewn about in the corner and, trash all around it at pretty much any given time. Think that is about it. Once again, I just urge the commission to hold this application to the strictest standards and not make any compromises. It seems like you'll have to fight tooth and nail to even get them in here. I know the first zoning letter, notice of violation, whatever, was sent years ago, and it is now late March of 2023. So yeah, please do not compromise on this application. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Kim, for your participation. Christy, do we have anyone else?
No other callers.
All right. Applicants, I'll let you respond to Cam first, and then we'll have the commission make comments and ask questions.
I mean, I can. We've got videos of the items being removed on site. If you want to see that for yourselves, obviously that's part of what we're providing as will be completed for approval. We do have some, so the order of operations here is to go through this committee before we can get to the zoning and their concerns with some of those items. I think a lot of that information is zoning related, which we cannot address with zoning until we get through this board. So it's a two-step process, and I know I'm familiar with the items the gentleman was speaking about, so we can address those, and we plan to address those. In terms of timing, I was notified again. I think we went through this on the first one. I was notified within probably 30 days of the first zoning violation and began our work at that point. So we've had the opportunity. This is our second opportunity to present. So it's been a long, drawn out process for everybody, I'm sure, but we're doing everything we can to get through and comply.
All right, thank you. Yes.
To address the way the place is set up and the noise.
If you could speak directly into the mic so we can hear you.
I'm considered a summer location. People come to my space in the summer. So during the winter and fall, we're pretty empty, right? So during the summer, being that I have so much space, and after COVID, I got creative with the outside space and putting up tents so people wouldn't come inside, so people could have that space. For the last year and a half, the tent's been down, right? We've been working on moving the space. We said that we was gonna wait to see if we could get approval on the stage, right? A lot of that stuff was added during the pandemic when everything was shut down. And in order for me to survive during the pandemic, and we got the okay that we can operate as long as people was outside, and I had 3 buildings, I got creative with the space. We turned down the music, we got meters. Since we've been here, 3 locations open. We had Cloud open up, we had Horseshoe open up, we had Trio right now is opening up, Slingshot, Lost and Found. All of these places open up after us. So yes, the noise in the community, yes, it has gone up. Even the parking. We have the biggest location, we have 2 parkings. We get blamed for people breaking in the cars, all right? The quality of the people that come to my location, people like you. I doubt if you come to a restaurant to hang out, and we're not even a restaurant, but to come to a place to hang out and relax outside and break into somebody's car on your way home. I mean, we get blamed for a lot of things in this community that the things that they're blaming us for is actually happening to my customers, right? So that element has always been in that community, right? And to be blamed for it right now is kind of weird, but.
I know, excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I know that that's got to feel incredibly frustrating.
Correct.
This is a special meeting, a bonus meeting, just because we're running low on time.
Sorry.
So I'm just going to ask that you turn your attention back to the standards, okay?
Right. So, to get back to the standards, I get kind of emotional and kind of caught up with that stuff, and I apologize. But we moved the tents, moved the bar. We're still moving it, other parts of it. And like I said, all of that stuff is basically temporary. Whatever you guys say we can't have on that premise, I have no problem moving it.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicants. Commissioner Barth?
The gentleman that spoke, Mr. Muldrow, excuse me, mentioned that there was a dumpster on the property. Could you guys speak to where that is and current existing conditions? Because I can see a concrete pad on a survey, but.
I'm sorry. It's in front of the West Summit building. There's 2 dumpsters that we use on that property.
Christie,
No, around that corner, like right here. It's not there at the time.
could you go to the site plan maybe, or the survey? It's at
Right there.
slide
Yes.
18.
Yes, there are dumpsters right now with unscreened,
Right there.
right there, yes.
Okay. Okay, do you guys have any plans to screening them in some way?
To screen that to meet zoning requirements. And I think we'll have to have a conversation at some point because we do have screening requirements by zoning, which will differ a little bit from historic. So that's the next conversation, yes.
So I think in the past with commercial properties, this is a fairly new thing, so, bear with us as we see how it works in the guidelines, but with historic commercial properties, typically we do like to see how that's screened and the details, for fencing or, that sort of thing. So we'd probably like to see that. And you've shown evidence that the one rear elevation, was painted before. Was that prior to, the tenant occupation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that was the day that Clyde visited the site for the first time.
Gotcha.
Ready to purchase the leases.
Gotcha. Okay. That is all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Whitlock.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, right now, we're just talking about the indoor-outdoor carpet and the fencing, and the question is whether those are temporary or not. Can you tell me what you use to determine that those are temporary?
It's just, it's not affixed to the ground. There's not a, it's simply laid over top of the existing concrete.
But I guess, is there anything you can cite that says if it's late, just because it's not permanently fixed or attached, that it's considered temporary?
No, I mean, that was my thought process, is that it's laid upon the ground. It's not fixed, I guess.
How long has it been down? And how long has the fence been there?
The carpet?
The carpet?
And the fence, yeah. And both of them. How
Well,
long?
the fence, the fence is not up yet. There are.
So that picture was just an example.
Correct. That is
Okay.
correct. That's
So
what.
there is no fence.
Well, there's fences there they're stanchions, I guess. I don't have any pictures of those, but the fence is, there is fencing at that location right now where those red lines are shown.
Is it permanent fence?
No.
No.
Okay. How long has it been down or been there?
Both been there 2 years.
For 2 years?
And the reason why, because ABC said in order for me to have patio seating, I have to have it fenced off. So that's the only reason why I put that there. I prefer it not to be there, but
Right.
to give it a cleaner look, but fortunately, can't.
And how long has the carpet been in place?
Carpet been there, depending on what we're talking about, that carpet been there about
2 years now. Because after the pandemic, I want to put permanent grass, but I can't. And I wouldn't want to because it's pretty expensive and I have to go through you guys. So I laid that down instead of, I used to have gravel on the floor because I had dogs running around back there. So being that I had to utilize the space during COVID, I laid carpet on top of the gravel.
Just, how would you describe temporary? What's the time frame for that would fit?
Well, I was thinking more temporary as in not a permanent change to the site or the structure. I wasn't thinking of it as a timeline or a month or 6 months. Temporary in terms of we are not attaching it. We're not creating attachments to the structure. We're not altering the structure. We're not altering the site. We're not taking down trees or taking up concrete or anything. That's what I meant by temporary. Timeline is, I mean, I understand that aspect.
So I guess, could you cite anything in our standards that would allow the fencing where you want it and the indoor-outdoor carpet where you want it, regardless of temporary or not?
I would have to look into the I mean, a little more. I mean, I don't know if I have a section that comes to mind.
I'm not sure our purview would be your ABC permit, or would be able to do the outdoor seating, and that would change our standards to allow that for that reason. So I guess you've answered my questions for now. I have one other question. There was something about providing verification of property owner's signature. Has that been?
Yes, so, yeah, we had Clyde's, and that was my office. We had Clyde's signature on the original application. When we resubmitted, we didn't have any new forms to resubmit, but we can have the original form or any new form signed by the property owner, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Whitlock. Any other questions? Commissioner Walker and then Commissioner Wheat.
Just piggybacking on Commissioner Barth's comments, can you also provide information on your HVAC and if or how that might be screened similar to the dumpsters?
Okay. We can, at this point, the HVAC that was in question in December, we're not proposing any new HVAC or any new mechanical equipment. What I understand is the HVAC that's on the outside of the building right now is actually not even functioning. So that could be removed.
So where would the HVAC be?
It's currently on the roof.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
inside the building. It's inside the building.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Wheat.
I just have a clarifying question about the fence. On the proposal, it says installation of new fencing meeting HDC design requirements in lieu of existing temporary fencing. Is what you showed us, is that what's proposed or?
Yes, so that's what we're proposing to replace what's there.
To
right
replace what's currently there?
now. What's there now is not a
Like
fix.
stanchion.
It's just, yeah, it's a little more industrial looking.
Okay.
You know, inch and a
Gotcha.
half pipe. Replace it with
I
that.
just wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheat. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
Would you all address the tents, the status of the tents?
Oh, the status of tents right now, I put 2 up in the front because of the summer, and I take them down during the winter. The one in the back right there doesn't even exist anymore. It's down. I got proof of it. You guys want to see it. And that's been down over a year and a half now.
So what is the plan moving forward for those?
I just put it up in the summertime instead of umbrellas.
So it's getting ready, you're getting ready to add
No,
potentially.
no.
Okay.
Put them up they're up now. Once we warm up, I put the tents up, and then when it cools down, I take them down. Because nobody comes
So what you
over.
have now is what you're planning to keep up until winter.
Correct.
Winter comes.
Till
again.
about,
It's like-
I take them down in November, because after November, no one really comes out there. So there's really no reason for it to be out there.
Can I comment?
Just a moment. Is that Cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Cam, let's let the applicants finish and then we'll
Sure.
let you jump in, okay?
Okay.
All right, sir.
That picture at the bottom there, that was from last summer. We started this.
That's about 2 summers ago. This is about 2 summers ago. It don't even look like that space anymore.
Okay, all right. All right, Cam, the floor is yours.
With all due respect, Mr. Thomas, the tents on the front part of the property along South Main, those were up before winter. They've been up all winter. They had sidewalls during winter. There were heaters in there. The tents do not come up and down depending on the season. That is simply not true. I know because, like I said, I live right there. That's all.
Cam, I have proof that it wasn't up there last year in the front of the tent. Or last summer.
Okay.
Right. Last summer, there were tents in the back. Those ripped during the snowstorm in January of
Let me
2020.
get in here. Let me jump in. Kim,
2
you
summers
said
ago.
that what we don't want is for us to go back and forth. So thank you for stating it, Kim.
My
Thank you.
apologies.
Thank you for stating your point. Thank you for your rebuttal, Mr. Thomas. Anything else before we close? Anything? All right, applicants, it's your opportunity to give a quick little statement of what you want us to think about as we close.
For me, again, I'm the architect for the job, so I'm looking at this presentation as maintaining the current buildings and site as they stand right now. My job is not to look at use or timing or temporary tents or any of that stuff. So I know those are issues that are important, and we will get to those. But the way the process works is we can get to those next.
All right, perfect. Mr. Thomas, anything you want to say about the design standards before we close?
No, just that I do not want to touch the structure of the building.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, now we will close for deliberation. Commissioners, we have two things to review here, the fencing and the outdoor carpet. I'd say even three with the site appurtenances. With the HVAC is on the roof, so we don't have to think about that. But I would say the dumpsters. Anything else we're missing that we need to talk about?
The painted masonry from.
The painted masonry. Thank you, Commissioner Wheat. All right.
I think the existence of tents on the property 8 months out of the year gives us a kind of a conflicting issue to deal with, since our guidelines don't speak specifically to, 3/4 of the year having a material object semi-permanently on a piece of property. Given the guidelines, if we were to look at those tents as permanent, our guidelines would not allow them to exist, given the material component. So this is a kind of a difficult one to work on, since we don't have any previous experience with tents 3/4 of a year on property.
Sure. So we have, and I'm thinking it was in Dilworth, I cannot remember the name of the establishment, but we allow for seating in Ed's Tavern. So we allow for seating and some other things in the front because we said that they were temporary. Will you?
That was at the Vintage
Okay.
on East Worthington.
Yeah, that sounds great.
But they presented a cohesive design with like the planters and the seating, and they talked about how the seating's not bolted to the ground, but it's, movable cafe seating. Tents were not part of that, nor was like an outdoor carpet. I might consider the outdoor carpet kind of like treat like we do turf.
Sure.
But
We don't allow turf within view.
you bought within view.
Yeah, within view. So if they wanted to do something in the back, although just riding past the site, you can see it from the front.
Need more of a solid type staff approvable fencing maybe to screen.
Right. Okay. So right now, and this goes back to staff's notes, a master site plan showing how all of these components will work together is going to be really helpful towards your cause. Turf is something that we do not allow within the pedestrian view of a building. So if it's in the back, if it's tucked away, if it's hidden, then it's a non-issue. So if the fencing that you're proposing creates those conditions, we would see that on this whole, we'd be able to take a holistic look at what you're proposing on this master site plan, which of course then would allow you to maybe do some things that currently you can't do because we don't have that. Commissioners, let's go through each of the points that we brought up: carpets, outdoor carpets, tents, dumpsters, masonry, the mural, and fencing. All right? So, outdoor carpet. I'm going to say that we would say no if we can see it. If we can't see it, we have allowed it. Any additional thoughts on that point? Okay, so
We need to make sure that it is permeable.
Well,
Chrissy?
I mean, they said it's, yes, they said it's over a mixture of gravel and asphalt. So, I mean, if they want to offer a different material, then they can do that. But you can say no to the carpet without requiring changes to the existing substrate.
Okay. And so, because the applicant has expressed an interest in using the carpet, I am open to, and because we don't have a master site plan showing where it could potentially be hidden, I'm willing to push that forward until they can prove otherwise. And if not, they've listened to this conversation, so then they can choose an alternate, an approvable material to use. Are we on board with that? Okay, all right. Dumpsters. No matter what other zoning says, our zoning supersedes that. So they will need to follow our guidelines, our standards, and be hidden. Anything else that we need to add to that? Okay. Murals. So here's the thing, right? Full disclosure, before this applicant was a tenant, my husband painted a mural over there. There are a number of murals over there. There's murals down the street at Pasta and Provisions. And so this is contextually, I think, yeah,
Can I
Christy,
interrupt before we go too far down that path?
please.
Weston Provisions pre-existed the district. But you're absolutely right. There's lots of murals over there. We do have new mural standards on 5.9.
Thank
And-
you. We
yeah.
don't use them that often. I was going to
No,
ask.
we don't use them
Yeah.
that often. So like, since the paint was pre-existing, what our standards say is if it was already painted, you can paint it. But the addition of a mural, there are some additional standards to meet. And we're not looking at content, but it's all about, placement and materials.
Okay, so this is something that the applicants should work on. 5.9, going to our mural section and submitting information. It's, going to be treated like an after the fact deal, but we need to make sure that it's compliant. So making sure that if the body agrees that you should come back, you come back with this site plan. You need to also come back with ways in which this mural adheres to what we have in section 5.9. Okay? Fencing, people, fencing. What do we say about that? Not all at once. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, looking at fences 8.6 through 8.8, maybe I'm missing it, but I see nothing that would forbid what they're proposing. Looks like it would fit within the standards.
All right.
I'm interested if anyone sees something that I don't.
I do not. Okay, Commissioner Barth?
I was just going to say there are some guidelines for fencing that, I agree with Commissioner Whitlock, but there are some guidelines that I would probably look to the applicant, work with staff on making sure they're maintained. For example, 18 inches to 24 inches between right-of-ways and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Helpful advice for the applicants. And finally, the tents. Tents come up, tents come down. I think that the fly in the ointment here is that these tents have been up. At least it's agreed that the tents in the front have been up for some time. So, Commissioner Walker, you had some concerns about that. Will you chime in here?
Well, my concern was that it's difficult to determine whether this is permanent or not, given the amount of months every year that it's there. That's where I'm conflicted with how to make a decision on these tents and their appropriateness in a historic district.
Mm-hmm. Christy, have we had a situation?
We've not. And a lot of times, if it's something like this, it's in people's backyards for a party, very temporary, like as in it goes up for a defined amount of time and we know when it's coming down. You might look to the standards for, changes to the front, to additions, like obscuring the historic building, the location of the tents.
Yeah, because this would fall in line even with the outdoor carpet, where it has to be minimally visible
Right,
from the street,
right.
which is admittedly going to be a bit of a challenge since this is also a corner lot.
And yeah, and like anything like in the front of the building that obscures the view of the historic structures.
What have we had? Because I know you're a wealth of information. You're like our database here. Have we had commercial spots do any kind of shading with their outdoor seating?
The only things I can think of would be like when Bonterra was there, they would have umbrellas you'd put up if the sun was in people's eyes, but they would come down at the end of the day.
Okay.
Like that movable patio furniture, everything was super versatile, movable. That's all I can think of, Kim.
Okay. Well, that's incredibly helpful because we want to make sure that people have a good time and that they don't have the glare and they're not being baked in the sun. And so there are ways in which to do that without setting up a tent that sits there for even a season. All right. So any other points that we need to address with this particular application?
Well, on the tents, I'm just wondering, I'm trying to figure out where would we look, and I'm seeing accessory buildings and thinking if it's there a majority of the year, would it not need to meet the standards of accessory buildings?
Accessory buildings, that's a good 8.10. Okay. While we make our way there, Commissioner Whitlock, will you read a standard that you're thinking might be might make sense for this situation?
Okay, yeah, so number 2, place new outbuildings such as garages or sheds to the rear of the lots that are large enough to accommodate them following the applicable zoning requirements. Typically, new outbuildings cannot be located in front or side yards except in the Oaklawn Historic District, where small open carports are typically located on the side of the house. Garages that are part of multifamily and in residential context cannot be located on the front elevation of the building.
I think that's a perfect standard. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. And I'm just going to piggyback on what you said and add number 5. Prefabricated outbuildings that are not in keeping with the historic character of the district are not allowed where visible from the public street. Okay, so I think we have it. All right, Yes, Commissioner Lineberger?
I wanted to circle back to murals for a second,
Okay,
just for clarity.
Sure.
Just to save time if we move forward. I don't see where the mural is, the existing location of the mural and the description of it does not meet our guidelines or our standards already.
mm-hmm.
I'm open to anyone else. I've been just kind of assessing this and I don't, before they, just to give them some clarity, if they come back, if it just needs to be resubmitted as an after the fact, maybe Christy, you can clarify that, but.
I think that makes sense. I think what we're trying to do is just bring it into compliance so that we have said we've reviewed it and it is after the fact, right? So with after the fact, we have to act like it never happened. So submit it like it never happened and then we can bless it. Okay? If it meets our standards. All right. So those are the points. Let's get going with a motion. Commissioner Whitlock, do you mind, since you pointed out that incredible standard to use, let's just keep the good times rolling and you make the motion. Do you mind?
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay.
I moved to continue the application because the project does not meet the following design guidelines for context. So, in no particular order, fences, I believe the fences are in context 8.6 to 8.8, but we recommend there be some cooperation with the staff on detailing for this. The turf or outdoor carpet, again, we're looking at 8.9 and needing to have more information about where it's going, how it's going to be screened, and how it applies to our standards. The tents, we're looking at those as accessory structures based on the amount of time that they're being constructed throughout the year, and looking at standards 8.10 number 2 and number 5, and dumpsters, we're looking at those, and I need some help on the standards for the dumpster screening. 8.9 number 5. And murals, standard 5.9. We need to make sure that they are compliant with 5.9.
All right. Commissioner Whitlock, I'm looking at landscaping and lawns, 8.4, number 6. I don't know if they would apply, but do not replace grass in front yards with paving, gravel, or other non-traditional materials.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
May I also add for the dumpsters, 8.9 number 4, as well as number 5,
Okay,
that it's not visible from public right away, even if screened.
yeah, thank you. Read.
Commissioner Whitlock, I'm sure you got this, but I just want to confirm. Murals, you addressed that, 5.9?
5.9,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay. All right, so thank you so much, sir. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to continue passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. All right. And for Cam, just so that you know, when the staff does go out to make sure that everything was done according to our plans. So hopefully that brings you some comfort. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Applicant for case number 14, you want to come on up? And you were sworn in, right? Yes, okay, great.
And
Thanks, Ryan.
let the record show that Commissioner Wojcik is joining the dais.
Okay.
And I think I disclosed this last time, but I think I'm supposed to again, that the applicant and I are previous colleagues of each other's, and I have no issues with the applicant.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome back, Ryan. Okay, so the next application is number 14. It is 719 Templeton Avenue. It was continued from the February 8th meeting for some restudy of roof forms, fenestration, and adding some vertical transitions. Ryan, I'm going to start you out on, oh, it'll let me go down. Uh-oh. Okay. Technical difficulties. Let me get your case back up here. I'm going to start on slide 7.
Sure.
And Ryan, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Of course. My name is Ryan Wint with Urban Building Group, and we're at 342 Circle Avenue.
Ready to proceed?
Yeah.
You're good to go.
Awesome. Good morning, everybody. Wanted to present to you guys some changes that we've made relative to the ideas that you guys had given us. I'm going to start with what I think is the easier. There's three items here that I'm looking at from you guys, and I'll start with the easy one. I think is the windows. We did address one of the windows in reference to our last interaction. That is in reference to the front dormer. We looked at that from a proportional standpoint and obviously increased the size of the windows themselves. And in doing so, we had to extend the overall height of the dormer. So we kind of pulled the dormer forward a little bit to increase that height of the window to get us a little bit more in similarity with some of the existing windows from a pattern standpoint, obviously, but just in a general size. Those, if you guys remember, are in the bathroom. They were very small in comparison to what they are now. And I think one of the commissioners had looked at maybe could we revisit that and try to get those in more proportion to the existing windows. So long-winded answer is we've really addressed that, I think, with the front dormer windows. We're still, as in keeping with the other windows that are new on the home that were part of this project, everything is still SDL and double pane glass that is present on our specs. So wanted to take a look at that. And then if we look at the side elevation, Christy, I believe that's...
Do you want the left or the right?
You can do 10. It's got both.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, in reference to one of the concerns was the window with the dimension, Christy. If you, yeah. Again, we looked at this from a study standpoint. All the windows that you're seeing on that elevation are existing, except for the one that Christy put her marker on. That window we addressed again, made it a little bit shorter from a heights perspective. It was getting very tall of a window in comparison to the others. So again, we readdressed that and got it a little bit more in proportion. and obviously kept the 6/1 concept relative to the other windows. That is also present and mirrored on number 9 slide, which you can see as well, given the window that matches. So I think from an overall window standpoint, that I think hopefully addresses some of those concerns. And then the last 2 concerns were our physical addition. And what I would start by saying is the way we evaluated this was really taking to heart 6.2, number 5, where it talks about, visibility and separating the original structure from the addition. And so what we did to do that in this case is we actually physically separated if you look, let's look at the renderings. Yeah, Christy, thank you. If we look at the renderings from the side, obviously, in 3/4 views, you can see where we actually did physically break the roof system up from the original box gable of the house. We did that by offsetting it. I believe we did it 8 inches. So now that the roofs are completely separate entities of one another. And we also pulled in the rake boards. And by doing that, what we've also established is a presence where the main box of the home, which is that first front entry gable on the side, is completely separated from our new design of our gable. Still maintaining, obviously, the same roof pitch slopes, but just physically breaking them from the rake sides and from the roof itself. And so I think establishes a pretty good denotation from a kind of existing original to new. And then the last thing we also did, again, to kind of denote and recommendation per, looks like 6.2 as well, was if we look on the side elevation, you can see we've physically denoted these German lap siding with a vertical transition board. Previously, we had tied that all together with the old and the new. And so here we've again really established ourselves to again kind of differentiate the old from the new, given physical compromises by doing the transition board, but also by just breaking the roof footprints. And then I would lastly add that we also did add some faux attic vent gable ends that we did to kind of help break up some of the facade of that German lap siding to give it some interest. So I think presentation wise, those are the 3 aspects that you guys asked us to look at that I wanted to bring to you guys' attention.
All right, thank you so much. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have 2 callers. We're not sure if they are for this application or not.
Okay.
Justin Maxwell, are you calling in about 719 Templeton? And if not, can you let me know what agenda item you're calling in for?
I am on for the Southwood project. On
Great. Thanks, Justin. And Wesley Fitzgerald? Same questions. Wesley? Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Commissioners, questions of the applicant? No one has questions? Okay,
I have a question.
sure. Commissioner Barth?
So, Mr. Wendt, I guess in resetting the roof form, other than the 8-inch offset from the main gable roof line on the front, did you explore any other options as far as an added gable on the side elevations, on both side elevations? Like, I guess my question is, how is this different other than that 8-inch offset?
Sure.
From the roof plane?
Yep. So we offset, Commissioner Barth, we offset the roof line, and then as I mentioned before, we also offset the eaves and the rake. And so originally those were on the same plane as the original lower gable. So if you kind of look in the perspective, Christy, you can kind of see kind of the 3/4 view maybe. I mean, you can kind of see it there, but we basically have offset the rake board. There we go. There's a good one right there. We've offset the rake board to align with that back existing gable. So that again, we really denoted ourselves relative to the main front gable.
Okay, so you've just reduced the overhang on those ascending bar drafters or rake boards.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and we actually lined on purpose. We lined them up with the existing rear addition that was done to the home.
Okay. I think, at least as one commissioner, my struggle is, because this house has such a prominent, out of what we would justify to our current standards, addition to the back of the house, we really look, when we're talking about additions and increasing roof heights and things, we really want to look at the, how the addition responds to the historic structure, which I believe is the main front gable, and, not having evidence of what the back half of this house looked like before. That would just be my main concern here. It's mainly, increasing that ridge height and moving more towards what the non-conforming addition as a contextual relationship versus, responding to the historic structure. So I don't know if you explored any other options that would minimize sort of that roof line. From my perspective, I think that's probably one thing that we wanted to see.
Yeah, we did explore some other ideas. I didn't want to show them just because I knew they wouldn't be a thought of you guys. And that's relative to a flat roof, essentially, where you really can cut that new gable addition down and get it almost below the existing main gable. So that is something we did explore, but, I'd say from a visual aesthetic standpoint, obviously, and then obviously just kind of knowing, really not meeting any sort of conforming roof design that kind of matches what's there. Really just didn't want to present it, given what we came up with here.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much.
You've really had your work cut out for you. I do not envy you. I will echo a sentiment shared by Commissioner Barth in that we've said this time and time again, this non-conforming addition is only becoming more non-conforming. The complexity of this roof form is just not something that we would approve. And so it's going to be quite difficult for me as one commissioner to approve it now. And so I thought I'd say that now in case you want to come back with a rebuttal.
Do you guys have any, obviously we've been around and around on this. And so I would ask, besides pointing out, points that are related to the guidelines, because I feel like we have met the guidelines 100% from what you gave me. We have defined this addition away from the original. We've kept the same roof pitches. We've added details that are similar to the existing part of the home. I cannot change the rear elevation of this house. I don't know if you guys approved it, but obviously it was built, so I got to conform to that. And so I'm just really struggling to try to figure out what I need to do, because I feel like what you guys have given me from the guidelines, I have met. And for me to try to present something where that thing is more indiscreet, is going to get into, as I mentioned, a flat roof. And if you tell me that that's the way to go, then I'll do it. But I need to have a little bit more guidelines from you guys than just giving me standards that I feel like out of the guideline book, we've definitely met them.
So I disagree, So we're looking at, let's see here. Let me find the right chapter for you, because looking at, yes.
6.2, number 5.
6.2, number 5. Let's read. Thank you. And in fact, Commissioner Lineberger, will you please read that?
6.2, number 5 states to maintain the existing roof pitch. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure. Typically, the original roof as visible from the public right-of-way should not be raised. And I feel like we have been very clear in all of our reviews that we struggled with the fact that this does not adhere to that guideline specifically because it is an extension of an existing roof. It's extending the original ridge line higher. And
But
it's
we broke it though. We broke it.
I understand that you made an effort, and I appreciate that you made the effort to try to comply with what we were expecting and what we asked. But, and I understand how you are interpreting this, but it is still a visible extension. Even if it stepped back, it is still a visible extension of that ridge line. So, and it's bringing it more, the bottom line is it brings it more out of compliance than it already was. And I understand your struggle. I mean, maybe the flat roof is, maybe that is what's going to make it more compliant. It's something that cannot be seen from that front elevation. And it's not a visible extension of that ridge line. I agree with, it's the same reason that Commissioner Barth is struggling and Commissioner Parati struggling. It's in what they've already stated.
And I'll kick it over to Commissioner Walker, but before I do, we look at complexity. Hold on. After looking at the point that Commissioner Lineberger just shared, we would be looking at the massing and complexity of form. We'd also be looking at roof forms and materials. Where is it? There's a place here that talks about how the roof should not overwhelm the house, which it is currently doing. So these are just a couple of standards in Chapter 6 that speak directly to why we're having problems with this application. Commissioner Walker?
Thank you. As the architect for this, I'm sure that how you're looking at it is as this house stands right now. As commissioners, we look at the original structure and then the changes overall made to that. So in that regard, there's a dwarfing of the original structure that's a little difficult to swallow. And for me personally, I would just sit on the Secretary of Interior Standards number 9, which I think is germane to the transition of this house overall from its original structure, which I don't know how many square feet was that, to these, potentially 2 additions off of the back that change its massing and size in relationship to its original self.
I understand. I guess the struggle for me is I've been given obviously the original part of the home, and then at some point, somebody put a 2-story structure on the back. And I'm trying to tie those 2 together as best I can. And no matter what I do, you are always going to see that existing 2-story structure. Always. Unless you tell me to tear it down, I can't hide it. And so I can definitely look at ideas that can more hide our new gable. And I can do that, as I mentioned, with a flat roof. I can do that with some other ideas, but you're always, if I come back to you with that concept, you're still going to have the 2-story massing that is present from the street. And that's obviously something that was done legally or illegally. I don't know.
I think also, I appreciate what you just said. I think also going back to the square footage of that original home and then understanding what is proposed in terms of the total addition, that helps understand the transition in massing from the original to
Yeah, I mean,
potential?
I could figure it out, but I don't know the exact square footage of that two-story addition. Obviously, we as built it, so we can figure that out. But in terms of our addition, which is that center gable proposal, our square footage addition is very small in comparison of what's the original part of the home.
Can I read number 9?
Please.
As the Secretary of Interior Standards is kind of the gold standard for the Historic District Commission from which all guidelines derive. But number 9 says, new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. That's for me, the
Yeah, and obviously that was not done by the second story addition. Do you
Okay.
agree with that?
All right. So we're talking about this one, and I want us to stay focused because we have a number of cases to hear today. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I think maybe this will help add a little more clarity. When I look at this project and as I've evaluated it for every review, I don't look at that second story addition. I put that aside. So if we were, let me put it this way, if we were evaluating this and that second story addition was not already there, we still would be struggling with this.
I would 100% agree with you,
We would-
100%.
But that's the.
But
I
I'm
think
having to
that's the-
tie it to the second story addition.
I
but
thank
that- I mean,
Commissioner Lineberger.
I don't think that could be any more clear. I mean, we would be struggling with this raised roof ridge line regardless if that two-story addition is there.
I agree, I 100% agree with you. I'm just saying I have to, though, tie the old to the new.
But that's not.
That old is
that-
existing.
Okay, let's let it in there. I think that everything that needs to be said has been said. So anything you'd like to say before we close?
I'm good. Nope.
All right, so we will now close. Commissioners, I as one commissioner, I do understand and respect that there's a challenge here, but we have a job to do. And I don't think it is agreeing to take a nonconformance further into nonconformity. So that is my opinion. I would love to hear other thoughts. Commissioner Goodwin?
I was very torn about this because I'm also struggling with how to handle the existing two-story addition in the back. But I think that Jill and Krista both hit the nail on the head. We have to evaluate based on what was the historic property and look at it in that context and the surrounding context as well. And so this non-conforming structure is becoming even more non-conforming.
Mm-hmm. All right. Does anyone disagree, have a differing opinion than what's been shared? All right, well, we'll need a motion. Commissioner Lineberger, will you do us the honors?
Sure, I really feel like it is very similar to the previous motion, which is, well, I make a motion to continue this application because the project does not meet the following guidelines, or continue the project for further study of the roof form or guideline standard 6.2 for additions number 5.
Hey, before you complete your motion, Commissioner Lineberger, when you look at why we continued this, is more than 50% of it still going to be continued for the same reason?
I think that number 2, the restudy, the fenestration, I think that's been met. The vertical transition has been met, but the vertical transition also ties into meeting standard 6.2, number 5. 6.20, number 5, thank you. no, I would say on the Secretary of Interior standards for guideline, what was it, number 9, Jill?
Yes.
I don't believe it meets, so we had number 3A. It does not meet that. Attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it's minimally visible from the street. B, which was number 2, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. C, number 3, attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. That is potentially yes. And number 6, provide a vertical transition detail. Again, I believe that's been achieved, but that would have to be revisited with a new roof form, I believe, and the way it's attached. So it was a long-winded answer to your question, but
What's the answer?
it's more than 50% is not met, I would say.
Okay. All right.
So is it a denial? I mean, do we, I mean, I'd like
We
us-
talked about this in our retreat. If we continue applications that have not met more than 50% of the reason for continuation, we start having additional meetings and we don't get to the backlog of cases that we have. So I think that we should continue with what we agreed to do.
Okay. Well, then I'll make a motion to deny this application because it does not meet the standards for 6.20, number 5.
And Secretary of Interior
And
standards.
Secretary of Interior standards 2.5,
All right, motion made, no, number 9.
number 9.
Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wojcik. Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of the motion?
Is there anything else you wish to add from here?
So we might want to go through, Krista, and add the reasons, the ones that were not addressed.
Yeah, because you said number 5, but I think 1, 2, and 3, you already thought that applied earlier. Do you still think that applies?
Should we just do, should I just make it 6, just per standards 6.20, which encompasses all of them? And
Well, you have massing and complexity of form, that's 6.8. You have, let's see here. Roof form, that's 6.13. So I would, oh, you have, and then you have 6.20. So we have more standards.
So is that a friendly amendment?
It is a friendly amendment, the friendliest of amendments.
I accept.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. So, Commissioner Wojcik, do you accept those friendly amendments as well, or are you good with those?
Yes.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of this motion? All right, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 8-0. All right, thank you. So now we are on to number 15.
Okay, number 15, Tim, I believe you're with us.
I'm here.
Hi, Tim. Have you been
Hey.
sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. If you would please pay attention to the chair. And if anyone's joined in the audience, if you would also be sworn in at this time.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, problem.
I'm going to turn it right over to you. This application was continued from February. Tim has provided additional information, and we also have information in the agenda supplement. So, Tim, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Tim Finan, and my address is 826 Hawthorne Lane at Charlotte 28204. Okay. So last time after we met, we had 3 comments here you see in the application. One was to bring back the original, requesting the original form of the building. The other was discussing the replacement of the windows and providing a statement from a professional historian as it relates to the windows, and then and also the awnings would kind of follow suit with that as well. Once we understood what the original form of the building was. So I think if we could go to the supplement information, I guess you could kind of quickly look at what we've done there. We didn't make a lot of changes to the drawings themselves, but so what I did was only thing I knew what to do is I did call around to all the references in the information that Christy gave us to the window manufacturers, but none of them would provide any kind of a statement because none of them are historians. So the only historian that I really know well is Lee Gray, Dr. Lee Gray at UNC Charlotte. He was my professor. He's been around a long time. He's actually currently serving as one of the higher ups in UNC Charlotte, and it will be the interim dean next year as they look for a new dean. But his history, his history with UNCC is that he is has been the architectural history professor. So it was good to catch up with him. And I showed him the presentation that we have here and what we were proposing in the building, and asked him to do some research for us and figure out, what would the original form of the building be. As you can read in the letter, if you've had a moment to read it, he went through and he did some research, found that the original building was designed by Charles Morrison Greer. That was the same architect that did the building that's off of Wilkinson Boulevard, the Park and Shop building, the very mid-century modern building that was just was renovated and kind of restored by Andrew Roby. So he was a very kind of contemporary, modern practicing architect. He lived until 1995, where he kind of did a breadth of work here in Charlotte and in North Carolina. In regards to the windows and to the canopies, he did some research on that as well. We could never find a picture of the original building. He searched in all his resources, which are kind of more vast than mine. And he found that, basically the gist of it was that the original awning is not something that would traditionally be found on his type of buildings that were designed. It was basically the overall, they aren't compatible with that style of architecture, and were not used. What I'm talking about is the domed shape of awning. If you go back to the presentation and you see the original pictures there, the elongated dome awning was not something that was used on these types of buildings. So in his opinion, he believes this awning was something that was added later. So that was not an original feature of the building. It would have been more, wouldn't have been there like that. And then the types of awnings that were used on any of the buildings in that time frame were more of the angular type, the flat or angular type of awnings. And then also in regards to the windows, he does not believe that those were original to the building. The ones we're trying to replace at the front, the majority of the existing windows are steel windows. And if you did research as to what kind of windows were being sold at the time and specified on buildings, and the aluminum windows were not something that was typically done, and you wouldn't also mix the two. So most likely the original ones were a steel window. Our proposal of replacing them with a window that closely matches the steel window would be kind of more true to what was originally there. And that was pretty much it. Those three items. We did our best to try to kind of show you portray what the original building would be in its original form, and to kind of plead our case to you for our design here.
All right.
That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Tim.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
We have no callers, I don't think. Chandler Knox, I think, Tim, is he a
He's the broker that's
broker?
yeah,
Chandler, would
part of the
you,
project.
are you going to speak or are you just here listening?
No, I'm just here listening.
Okay, thanks, Chandler.
Yeah.
You, Kim.
All right. So, commissioners, questions for Tim? Commissioner Goodwin, and then you, Commissioner Wojcik.
Yeah, hi, Tim. The letter from Dr. Gray was extremely helpful. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
One question that I had is on the proposal, it says to replace all the windows. I just want to make sure that the windows on the side of the building, the steel windows on the side of the building are not being replaced, only the front storefront and the doors as well. Is that correct?
Yes, so I think part of one of the previous reviews is we agreed to just we revised the presentation to keep the original steel windows and just replace the windows that have been painted over, the aluminum windows that have been painted over at the front. The original doors will also be replaced, but we're going to keep the handles, and I believe we didn't address that. That was one of the comments from staff, was that staff could approve us showing the handles being reused, which is kind of a character defining element. But that does need to be would need to be kind of approved by staff as well. I think they had 3 comments were kind of minor about the signage, the door handles, and there's one other item, I think.
Yes, okay, thank you. That was the size of the sign, size of the sign. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Wojcik.
I wanted clarification on which windows were being replaced also, so thank you.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, Tim, anything you want to say before we close?
I don't think so. You've said everything. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, we will close now for deliberation. Commissioners, thoughts on this application? We have reasons for why it was continued. Have those been met?
I think so.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I think they have been.
Okay. Anyone have a differing opinion? Yes, Commissioner Walker?
Has the size of the signage been addressed? Did I miss that? I think there was a restriction to the size that the sign could be, and it went beyond that.
I think that we can hold them to what the sign's supposed to be, and they can work with staff on that. Okay. Anything else? All right, let's get a motion going, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for rehabilitation of building elements, Chapter 4, with the approval subject to the following conditions: submittal of permit-ready construction drawings to staff, work with staff on the front door handles to mimic the original design, and as mentioned, that was the intent, to save the old door handles, and then also work with staff to comply with the sign dimensions per Appendix A.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0. All All right.
Okay, thank you. Justin and Ron, are you with us? Hi, Justin.
Hey, how are you all?
Good. You're presenting on this project for Ron?
I believe Wesley is.
Okay. We don't
Is
see
he still
Wesley.
on?
There's no Ron, and Wesley appears to have fallen off the meeting. It's just you. Would you like to go ahead, or should we skip forward to another application and come back to you?
I don't want to be skipped at all, but Wesley and Ron have been taking the lead on this. I was just gonna kind of round up comment on some
Okay.
of the site elements.
Um,
Is Ron is there? I'm
no,
sorry. He is not.
no. Um,
They are
Well-
coming to the meeting in person. I think you all might have just gone a little faster.
Okay, well, we'll wait for them, and I noticed that the applicants for number 18 are here, and they stepped out into the hallway, so.
Let's get them.
Let's get them.
Yep.
Linda, would you please go get them? And I'll switch over to application number 18.
Okay, and let the record show that Krista Lineberger has to recuse from application 18.
And I will update. And everyone who's joining us online, please note that we are moving ahead to application 18, number 501 North Poplar, because the applicants for number 16 are not yet with us. So if you would join us up front, please. Ryan and Ryan, I know one of y'all's been sworn in and you haven't yet, so we'll do that right now.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right. Thank you. And I want us to keep it high level. Let's not get into the details just yet because we like a top-down approach. All right. And we want to be able to hear everyone's case today.
Okay. This application was considered for, as the chair mentioned, some very high-level issues, including setback, roof forms and materials. And they did not get into any components beyond materials, cornices, so on, just roof forms, and the materials of those roof forms were discussed, but building materials and anything else was not. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicants. I also will note that there are items in the agenda supplement. A neighbor has submitted a letter, and the applicants submitted yesterday a response to that letter and some additional information. With that, if you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Ryan Baird, currently living at 225 North Cedar Street, apartment 411, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. And that's temporary until construction.
And Ryan Tolson. Oh my God, sorry, I'm blanking. I got a little messed up. Sorry. 10629 Monrovia Drive, Matthews, North Carolina, 28104. I'm sorry, 28105.
We're having a little trouble hearing you, so if you can speak into the mic. Thank you very much. One more time.
Oh, sorry. Ryan, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
So Ryan Tolson, 10629 Monrovia Drive, Matthews, North Carolina, 28105.
Thank you. All right, the floor is yours.
All taking 1 minute to get my notes up, but thank you again for hearing our case. Really appreciate it, and we'll definitely talk through the items talked through last time and like to move on to other topics as well on this presentation.
We have to be able to hear you.
Project loudly. Speak louder than you think you need to, because I can't hardly hear you and I'm sitting right next to you.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
And if you will even go so far as to put the mic in your face when you talk, that would be perfect. I know it's counterintuitive, but we really need to be able to hear you.
So thank you again for seeing us today, and we will try to keep things high level and try not to get too ingrained on too much of the details, but we really do appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Should I start off with?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure my notes come up, and it's taking a little bit here with the Wi-Fi. All right.
Thank you so much.
I am on slide number 5 behind you, and if you would help me by calling out the slide numbers as you speak.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep.
Um,
And I think what I'll do is, would you like me to move you down to slide
we can go to slide 6 first.
6, okay? So slide 6 is what's existing, and I think we'd like to look at what you're proposing. So
Yeah.
is there a different slide I can start on for you?
Well, I just want to mention there was a question, I think, informally in deliberation. Our existing house was.
Again, we have to be able to hear you, please.
There's not a volume button on this, is there?
No, but you have to put it in your face to
Sorry.
speak, okay?
Thank you. All right, that's working a lot better. So I just wanted to mention there was a question informally during deliberation. Our existing home footprint was about 43 by 27 feet, and that was much too small for our family needs. At this point, deconstruction is almost done. If we could go to the next page. So the 2 trees that were noted as Laurystinius, we did review with the arborist, that was incorrect. It must have been a clerical error with writing down the name, but it's a ligustus. And our arborist noted that's actually a form of weed. I saw that it doesn't appear on the Charlotte approved trees table. And so we are still intending to provide a new tree on the site wherever feasible. And the next 2 pages, we didn't have any updates to. So if we could go to the HGC 005, which that'd be 11. So it'd be the site plan, so 1 up, I believe. No, I'm sorry, it's further up. Oh, it's actually way further up. It's page. Keep going. It would actually be the site preparation plans.
This is 005 on slide 10.
That's 05. Okay, yeah, all right. So this gets into the setback conversation. Apologize if some of the information was confusing. So we've gone back and added a lot more detail as far as which is thermal wall and porch setbacks all along North Poplar Street, and made sure they're all measured from the back of curb. Essentially, our setback, we have 14 feet to the front porch, and that exceeds the existing 10-foot, 11-inch setback of 326 West A Street. And that's driven by reusing existing building foundation for the new porch foundation, and we're actually moving the front thermal wall back to improve that setback to about 22 feet at the front for the thermal setback. So the side setback, we'll be having at 14 feet. Right now, it's right at 13'6". We're going to make a minor change to the bump out windows on A Street. And then that'll be 16 feet to the wall and 18 feet 6 to the recessed bump out. So the varying levels of setback on that side, even though the main setback would be 14 feet. And that's intentionally further back to protect the large maple trees. And that significantly exceeds the side setback that we see at 601 North Poplar Street, which would be a context example on Poplar Street. For width of the building, I don't believe there's too much concern, as many of the historic single-family homes have a similar greater width on the block, and the average on Poplar and 8th Street was 43 feet, 0.25. The depth we've reviewed in more detail due to the concerns, at least expressed in it being a larger presence. Though there isn't an HDC standard for depth, we appear to meet all the massing standards in 6.8. We found a number of examples that have us feel it will fit right in. Our depth is 73 feet for thermal walls and 80 foot 6 inches along with the porch. The depth for 601 North Poplar Street is 71 feet for thermal walls and about 81 feet for the porch, including the porch. And that also has the 7 foot 10 inch side setback near its roof deck above 2 levels. Where ours is set back at least 13 foot 6, and we'll be moving it to 14. So our mass should be less of a presence than that. The historic multifamily home at 404 West A Street has 67 foot thermal wall depth. The house across the corner from us at 427 North Pine Street, that would be by the park, have 53 feet and 59 feet thermal depths respectively, which isn't too different, and then they tend to have a lot less articulation on that elevation towards the street on the side of their home. And then our two closest neighbors, 1970s homes, have larger depths, going even to 509 North Poplar has 96 foot depth. And the land area ratio is commonly maximized in the neighborhood, which is essentially seen at each of the above examples, which I would anticipate most of those buildings would have been built larger if they could have.
So just kind of a generalizing of it is, essentially the grain of the neighborhood, specifically around along North Poplar Street, favors this skinny lot and with its depth perpendicular to the street, in which we are staying true to, and also keeping with that underlying fabric of the neighborhood, and still trying to improve the setbacks while also engaging along both streets.
And I didn't have any updates on the next 2 pages, so if you go 3 down to HDC 008.
If you will speak into the mic.
Okay, yep. So for the streetscape survey, we have added gables above the bump outs, and that's part of the roof restudy that we've done, and that has an inverted V Italianate cornice to help break down the mass along other architectural details, complexity, form, and materials aspects of the elevation. And this goes to standard 6.8 number 5, and this is in addition to other numerous scale reducing techniques, many of which we've talked about, that go to standard 6.8 number 4 and number 6, and we also believe number 1 to number 3 are met. So Ryan, do you want to continue?
Sure.
Sorry, will you repeat what you just said? I missed it.
Should I repeat just the last?
Just the last part.
So what we've changed goes to standard 6.8 number 5, and that's in addition to numerous scale reducing techniques implemented that go to 6.8 number 4 and number 6, and that's also in addition to, we believe, number 1 to number 3 are being met.
Thank you.
So for the streetscape surveys, what we've done is provided a little bit further clarity on where the heights of everything are within the building, within the home, sorry. So the roof finials are set at a height of 40 foot above grade, which is similar to the highest ridge of other historical examples. Our ridge is set at 37 foot, 4.5 inches above grade, and the bottom of the eaves are set at 24 foot 8 inches above the grade, which are 1 foot lower than what we previously designed and presented during our last session. The eave location, from what we're seeing from the surveys, are now at a more appropriate height, shown the historical examples, specifically looking at 523 North Poplar Street and 326 West 8th Street, which serve as the best examples of a historical context, scale, and styling within the surveys that's appropriate to our lot and project.
If we could go to the next page. We have updated the site preparation plan a little bit after reviewing further details with our arborist, specifically one about the walkway near the tree on the bottom right plan corner of our lot. We need to have I believe it's a 3-inch gravel base under that walkway. There's no other foundation or anything else that would interfere with the roots. So we're coordinating that with the arborist during construction, but he wasn't particularly concerned about the walkway being too close to it as long as we took that precaution. And then we've also added a 2 to 3 inch gravel base that's kind of in between the larger maple tree and some of our neighbors' larger trees. It's far enough from the trees that there's no formal tree protection, but we still want to take the precaution of making sure the gravel base is there before vehicles drive on there. And then I didn't have any updates on the next page, if we can go 2 down. Okay. I would note that the new tree in the top right would be the larger new tree that we're able to plan on, and we're planning on putting a mid-size or smaller version of the crepe myrtle, which is a larger variety or species, so to speak. We're still working on details for stained glass window panes and the doors, as far as the detailed components of exactly what the stained glass will look like. And the stone fountain water feature, we're currently working with a few vendors to draw up actual concepts, although we have inspiration that we believe matches the context of a few different fountains in the neighborhood. It's also worth noting we've been open to exploring a wraparound porch near the turret entrance. We believe that wasn't allowed, and now may have the opportunity to. We're not sure yet if we'll consider that, but we're submitting the plans as is at the time. And then Ryan, do you want to continue?
Yes. So, so other kind of updates to the site plan reflect dimensioning to a bit more to locate better and clarify some of the main kind of expressions and items and elements that were kind of in question last time. So for the, sorry, these are terrible. So the thermal wall setbacks from the property line and the rear wall of the project is 10'6" currently at its narrowest point. The thermal wall setback for the property line and the right elevation of the house, which is 5'6" at the narrowest point, and the recess along the elevations is set back 8 inches. We have also located the fence within the site along the right elevation. The fence would start at a distance of 36'10" from the back of curb at North Poplar Street and run for a length of 70'4" along the property line. At the garage side, the fence would start 15 feet from the back of curb at 8th Street and run along the property line for 46'5". And we are hopeful to have the fence be a 6-foot privacy fence along these edges.
Could go next page. Just want to mention the plan here hadn't been updated yet, but we have worked through some changes to bring the garage area deeper and further to the right into the interior plan of the home in order to make sure the turning radius will work and won't be an issue. And most likely, we're going to have a garage door that is a single triple bay, but we'll be adding panels that essentially mimic columns, and then the other detailing that makes it look like 3 single garage doors rather than one large door. No updates on the next page. If we can go down to 14. We have moved the pool inwards as originally intended, and we may continue to look at that. But from one of our initial discussions with the staff a year ago, the intent for us was to have that something that's not reviewed by the HDC. It's something that's like an interior floor plan element, yet rather it be treated the same as any other floor plan element. And essentially, it is definitely a less visible area. We've made an intentional effort to make sure it's hidden from sight and in an appropriate location.
At 15. So during our last presentation, we did not have a roof plan. My apologies for that. So we went ahead and incorporated one this time to get a better idea of how the roof forms are working. So the changes that we've done to the roof forms since our last meeting, up towards Plan North, we have now made this gable roof that integrates better with the roof along the edge and the perimeter of the terrace, in which we've also added a dormer to increase some of the living space and also add a little bit of variety to that elevation. We have also the roof over the stairs, which is going Plan North to Plan South. There's a transition, and we had that before, but now we're moving that transition further in, so as it presents a little bit differently along the street and starts to read a little bit better. Other kind of things that we've done for the roofs, again, are one of the comments where the eaves were too high during our last presentation, in which we have lowered those down 1 foot. Go to 16. So again, we've lowered the eaves. I just want to say that now, so I'm not saying it through every elevation, save some time. We have also, with all of our elevations, included window dimensions found at the lower right-hand side within the windows to get and better clarify the sizes that we're looking to use within this project. So we've also included sightline diagrams within the elevations for North Poplar Street and 8th Street, found up in the upper left-hand corner of this, taking these from the same side of the street on North Poplar and also the opposing side, just to kind of get an idea of how we're setting back these roof elements and the upper terrace elements to minimize their impact and their view from that street level. We can go to the next sheet. So again, we can see these sightline diagrams for the 8th Street elevation and how we are trying to minimize the living space and its impact to sight lines from that street level.
I just want to add on this sheet, we are still going to look at the detailing on the recessed bump out gable a little bit further, but in general, we feel this is a much better spot. It's coming together.
So We've also changed the roof forms for the bump outs. Before, they were continuing with the flat roof and the eave, looking like kind of around the perimeter. We've switched these over to gables instead, to increase a bit of variety to the roof forms, and break up the continuous perimeter eave.
Excuse me. And I also wanted to mention, let's see, I guess that's on the next sheet.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. For the deck area and screen wall railing, what we're showing here, we've really tried to look at alternate locations, even going as far as multiple options of layouts for the entire level. And this is the best we've been able to come up with. The others have very significant programming drawbacks and other issues, including other HGC issues of it would actually make it more prominent in different areas of the house and more visible. So we've intentionally tried to make the pool or the roof deck railing more of a built-in element, which you'll see later on. We'll have some markup of some changes of how we're trying to do that. And it's really been pushed to the back far area, definitely in the private realm of our home. And later on, we'll show some contextual examples. There's a number in the neighborhood that we feel are fitting for this. And
Guys, I want to make sure that we're hearing everyone's case today. So again, if we can keep it high level, then that would be great. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sirs.
We are getting through it. I would just say, I think a lot of the part going forward is some new content that's pretty important to mention. Do you want to continue there and I'll circle back on this page?
Sure. Other changes, oh, we've moved on. Cool. All right. So for the right elevation, here we can see the gable that we've added along this,
We also have to be able to hear you. I know this is a high pressure situation.
can
and
you
you're
hear
not
me
used
now?
to- We can hear you now. Please
Thank
keep
you.
the mic. Thanks.
Okay, I'll hold it and I'll ask from now on. So the gable end that faces North Poplar Street, we can see the side of it now and how that integrates within the perimeter roof edge and now has that dormer. There are some other ideas to changing the interior space to have a better integrated roof just to the right of that. And that's in further context and supplemental context that was provided, and we'll talk about that later. Other changes to the facade, there really isn't any. It's kind of as is. That's the big notable changes.
And then just circling back on the deck railing topic, just wanted to mention that we have done some things to try to reduce its visibility, though it doesn't appear to be an exception to the standard or formal leniency request. We would ask the commission to take an easier stance when considering that this is a corner lot. We've literally tried to push it to the far back corner to minimize any impact. And we're working on making it more built in as well. It is the furthest in the private realm that we have, and we definitely have limited site constraints on this one. And we've reviewed a few layout options of the entire roof deck, as I mentioned, but we're also open to a couple different styles that we'll mention later, whether it's more of a screen wall or more of an open railing style. Brian, you want to continue?
No, I kind of already spoke about this. So, okay. If we could go to page HDO 21, so that would be details. Don't want to get bogged down in the details right now. I know that time is an issue. All I want to do is note right here is there was some clarity needed to be made onto what materials we're choosing to use where. And so those notes have been corrected for this and are now present to our ideas of what we are hoping to use and where we're hoping to use them. That's all I have to say.
And if we could go to the supplemental PDF. And we could start, let's start on page 47. Okay, so this is more specifically, although it's not been in the plans that we submitted in February, we have been making the changes to make the entire side of our home have a built-in style with 2 dormers, and we're able to find a solution to get essentially that vertical wall removed from the plans. And then on the other side, that would actually be our backside of our property, the right-hand markup on that image that was just shown. That's an initial idea of how we'll continue the roof up to make that more of a built-in feature and minimize any railing site. And then on this page, those are essentially the 2 railing options, where the top would be more of an open railing and the bottom would be more of a screen wall with a small lattice element that essentially screens any view.
Where the top would be, one more time?
The top would be more of a open railing or a typical railing on top of essentially that, I'm not sure what you would call it, architectural base. It'd be very similar to the image in the middle, the context, excuse me. And then, yeah, perfect. Streetscape markup. So these are 4 homes where the depth mentioned, and we've marked up based on eyeball and counting of siding boards and other techniques to try to get the height. But we've measured the depth of a few homes here that are in the neighborhood. I know there were some comments about directional expression with the side of our home, and 3 of these 4 historic examples, if you could pan right, I think the sheet continues, are actually corner lots, and they have that same horizontal directional expression. And then the one on the far left is the historic multifamily, even though that's not a corner lot, that has a very similar horizontal profile on the side. And I guess I just want to mention, so that should meet the standard 6.11 number 1, as it notes if there is more variety in proportions of existing houses on a block, the design of a new dwelling may select from those options. And if we could go to the next page. I'll try to go through this quickly. As far as details, we've noted the standards that we believe these context examples go to, just marked up right on that page. So it shows everything, again, from that roof deck on the 2nd story to a gable example across the street, cornice example a little further down. And if you could zoom out, we'll show the rest of the page. There's turret contacts from the historic home, dormers, essentially an inverted V with a cornice as well on our block. Pitch contacts for the slope of the roof, and then the front porch pitch contacts for the small triangle we have there. And then next page. So here, most of this is focused on additional context for the roof form and style. So starting in the top right with that 601 North Poplar, we've added a few images that are a little bit further back and show just how prominent it is. It's right on the semi-private line of the home with the roof deck and railing above 2 stories. And actually, you can pretty clearly see it from certain angles. There's a 3rd story area that doesn't seem to have as much scale reducing techniques as we have. You do have to kind of zoom into the image, but it would be just to the left of the umbrella. And then going a little bit further down, examples and context of how the skylight and solar panel reference has been used. The house right on our block has a very visible skylight from the street. And then it also has a second roof deck above a 1st story. further down the street, also in the immediate context, we have a flat roof that could be a terrace appearance. I believe in this case it's solar panels, and that's a view visible from the street. And that's the image in the bottom right. The bottom middle is another skylight example in our immediate context. Bottom left is another roof deck experience. That one's a little bit less visible from the street. And the image in the far back left was taken from the side or the back, so to speak. I'll skip over the non-historic example. I found it funny that there's a very prominent mechanical unit on top of a fourth floor roof deck. It almost looks like it's intentionally there to draw attention, but there's a little bit more roof deck context on 504 North Pine Street at that historic home, and then solar panel context that you can see from, I guess that would be 9th Street at 601 North Pine Street. And then roof materials and windows context. The materials are more of a black slate, which we believe will have a fairly similar aesthetic to some of the roofing materials we're proposing. So go next page as well. We're still working on finalizing some of the details. I think we've picked a red brick that I believe you'll find is appropriate. We don't have a sample for that right today.
High level, we're not at the materials yet. So if you don't mind moving forward. The reason I say that is because A, yes, time, but B, we're probably going to talk to you about some high level things. And so we want to make the best use of your time and the body's time by not jumping ahead to the materials just yet. Those are usually the finishing touches.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
It seems like we only have an opportunity for 1 or 2 meetings, and if there's any back and forth on any of the material topics, we really need to start some of the conversations now. Is there an opportunity at least maybe before or after deliberation, before there's a motion, that we could still have some conversation on some of the materials?
Are you saying that because you'll need to know whether, if you come back, what to present?
I mean, our main concern kind of draws from, we've tried to submit this even as early as last March and found out about new rules that didn't seem to be in the standard about demo being separate, but through that, now it seems like we have a June 14th deadline, and we only have a couple meetings left, and I'm concerned there's not time to talk about some of these, and I could leave
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Please continue.
And I could leave that for before or after deliberation if you're willing to open the floor.
Well, now's your time, so please continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, and I don't know if there are any concerns on the materials for the pavers. I do have an example of a beige brick, which would be the path highlighted in yellow. And then we're still trying to work on finalizing a similar kind of tumble brick approach for the driveway. But if we can go to the next page. As far as the solar roof topic, so what this image is showing is first in the yellow faded areas is where we may have solar shingles. And we would contend that those are anticipated to be seen as really less visible simply by the material itself. I know the HDC standards have standards for solar panels, and you haven't reviewed solar roofing material before per se. And so in the orange box in the bottom right, they may be visible areas from a street view, but we believe the material itself may make it less visible. In the top middle, the red box shows between all the skylights, the pool and the roof, and then the top of the roof of the dormers, what we would see as definitely less visible areas due to the low slope of the roof and then the other scale reducing techniques. Next page. So this image, I know we tried to see last time, I provided a much larger version So this is the Luma solar roofing material, and that shows kind of side by side the difference between a solar tile versus a shingle without the solar component. We do have a sample of the Da Vinci roofscape, and that would be a synthetic shake. And I guess we can talk about that a little bit later when we show the samples, but I guess as far as reasons we've considered this, it's definitely a material with high recycled content, and they have a recycling program. The sustainability is very important to us, as well as the energy efficiency. It has a cooler roof rating. And I would say,
Ryan, is this it right here?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not the right color. And since it is a roofing material, it's probably appropriate to view it at a distance. And then it's also,
We'll pass it around along with your other materials.
Sure.
While you're talking.
and then it's also, we would have, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, shingles that are less width than that.
Yes. Yes, so that product comes in a variable width. So there's different options and kind of variety, so it's not all a single size. I believe those are 2 through 10 or 4 through 10 inches in width.
And as that's being passed around, we could go on to the next page. This is an alternate we're considering from a solar roof material. It would be the Tesla solar roof. I asked them to send me an image of the solar and non-solar shingles side by side. And this is what they sent, which honestly, even after I was zooming in, I couldn't tell the difference personally. And just wanted to mention, so the standard in the HGC is skylight solar panels, vents, and other similar features would be located in less visible locations. And I guess I already mentioned on the last page, essentially we see that the material itself makes the solar component less visible. We could go to the next page. I do also have some notes on a couple pages that were updated that were excluded because I think you thought they were the same as.
They
before,
were,
but that's
we
fine.
have those pages.
I could just read them. They weren't significant updates.
Okay, so you have the glass tinted color here.
Yeah, so as far as the electrochromic glazing, we were trying to work with Sage Glass to see if they could get the electrochromatic area of the glass actually on the interior versus the exterior. And not only were they pushing back some on that, but apparently since the tax credit came out, they came up with a minimum order size of $700,000. So they're definitely in larger and mid-sized commercial and not in residential at this point. So we've found an alternate option here. And this one has no issues at all with having that electrochromic glazing panel on the inside. So we can keep the outside layer translucent as much as possible, or low E glass. And similar to, I guess, our idea for the bathrooms, we could have a privacy glass on the inside layer, but then the outside would be fully transparent. And then I would also contend that this product, obviously the tint is variable. It can be completely translucent essentially. And I would see it more as a dynamic shade than really a tinted glass. It's definitely not falling under the definition of traditional tinted glass. So I would also suggest that the standard that's written today may not apply, and this is a new product, something to be discussed. We also have a sample of the porch column. Now that one was polyurethane, which I believe had some similarities with plastics, but it's manufactured extremely different. Definitely pass this around. You will have to excuse the paint job a little bit. This one comes pre-primed. And I had to paint it last night. There's a little bit of damage on the ends from a quick paint job, but
This is applicant's exhibit number 2.
I would also like to clarify with that that is not the exact column we're looking for. This is the material and kind of the understanding of what that material is, knowing that there was issues to that. If this is something that looks to be acceptable, then we could get a better example of the exact column.
And let me pull up a different sheet here to get to a few notes.
Would you like me to pass around the paver as well? Okay. This is applicant's exhibit number 3. This is the paver that they mentioned earlier.
We have also been in contact with a supplier for providing samples for the brick that we're hoping to use, as well as the brick pavers, the clay brick pavers. I was literally emailing them during your last item that was up here, and so we weren't able to get that ahead of time. But are hoping that we can drop that off to the offices as soon as possible.
We did want to mention a few other things about the standards for materials for new construction. One of it is that the standard itself discusses in recent years, building industry has developed various substitute materials that have a similar appearance to several of these traditional historic materials, which is what we're striving for. And for various reasons, including cost, maintenance, quality, and available of original materials, substitute materials are being used as alternatives to traditional materials in the historic districts, particularly for compatible new construction. And I know we talked about siding a little bit in the last meeting. Ryan, do you want to speak to what you found first?
Sure. So I have spoken with the James Hardy rep, and he has confirmed that the end of April is when they're looking to start producing their artisan lap siding again. So if I'm not mistaken, that one is a accepted material previously by the HDC. With that, with our corner boards and other elements for the trim, we're looking to use 5/4 inch material. So a dimension that is more relative to a true wood material versus a thinner kind of cementitious. This is still going to be cementitious, but it is going to be the 5/4 board.
Yep. And I guess I'll mention on that same topic, the standard 6.18, number 4 notes that while wood is the first choice for elements such as trim, porch elements, and other decorative features, substitute materials may be considered for trim details, specifically on new construction. And whether it's doubling up the boards, or I know, Ryan, we were talking about potentially having a small 1x4 behind it and covering it in cementitious siding, so the exterior would be the cementitious. I believe we have a couple ways to accomplish that.
Correct. There's a couple detailing that we could do for the those flat panel elements to present a little bit like a truer, thicker wood.
Then the last 2 topics I have, one going back to the porch column that the samples being passed around. The manufacturer advises that they look and feel much like wood. Now that I've seen the sample, I feel that way. Curious what your thoughts are. That they give clean lines and a warm feel. It is urethane, also called HDP, FIPON, or poly, but it isn't necessarily a plastic, and it definitely isn't a traditional plastic. For polyurethane, the manufacturing process and the intent really conform the material in different ways. And I mean, at least I feel it's not plastic-like from a practical standpoint at all. It's often reviewed as a high-density foam or foam plastic molding. It is very low maintenance, and then it also lowers risks of damage throughout its life. And then we've been trying to get a sample of the Fibrex window framing and potentially some door framing materials.
I can talk about that. We're going to need a sample. It'll need to be built out. We'll talk about that offline because the commission has never approved that. So I would say skip that for now. Let's talk about how to get that done.
Yeah, and that seems appropriate. We haven't even seen that one ourselves. So That is literally all I had. I do appreciate the time and I know it's a lot to go through, but we have a lot in this project.
Thank you so much. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
The only speaker, there's no callers. I believe Shue is with us, but I don't think she's speaking. So
Okay.
over to
All
you.
right. Commissioners, questions of the applicants? All right, Commissioner Wojcik, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the very in-depth presentation. I have a couple of questions, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you pull the mic a little closer?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I
thanks.
can.
Sorry,
These
Commissioner
may not
Wojcik, thank you.
be in any particular order, so I apologize, but the screening you showed for the pool up at, on the roof deck, you had showed an example of a picture. You were discussing the balcony design, and I wasn't sure if that was specific for the pool deck or if it was just for options in general for the way to treat the wall up on the second floor. Does that make sense? Or the third floor?
I believe I know what you're asking. That context, and the reason we've shown that image is we are trying to specifically use that as a way to build the styling of the railing, which would be reflected, and it's a rough markup on the top. We haven't gone through all the details, but to show the intent. And then the alternate we're considering, which would be a little bit different, would be more of a screen wall fashion if the HGC or others feel that's more appropriate.
Okay, and that is for the pool screening?
That's for the railing around the deck, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the poly columns and materials, are those structural?
No.
Okay,
Those would not
so
be
it would just be a veneer that would be applied to something? Okay.
Now, are they structural for a porch or the porch roof?
I would err on the side of caution and say they are not going to be structural.
Okay.
That would have to be verified through our structural engineer, which we do have one for the project. We could run that question through. But from my thoughts, that's how that would be.
I was just trying to envision what we're talking about, and really that is a trim material, we would be applying it to our trim materials, our cornices and our trims.
So that would be like the veneer for the column.
Okay.
And that would also be materials for things like railings, if I'm not mistaken, and also spindles for railings.
Yeah, essentially, we are talking about essentially the front elevation, the porch, railing, spindles, and columns. That material in particular is one that is specific for the columns. We believe the spindles and the railing would be similar, but we are trying to go with a different manufacturer and trying to get a sample of that because of the styling options that are available. They just didn't have the right shape for what we were looking for.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. The glass. There was a picture of the glass that you showed that had variations in tinting. Is it a transitional glass that changes as the sun exposure, or are there numbers that you can select and say, I want it to block this much light? I just wasn't sure what the picture was truly representing.
Yeah, it's electrochromic glazing, so you can essentially control it. We have options to try to do that more or less automatic through a building system, or we have options to essentially put in a dimmer switch to allow some control. It wouldn't be necessarily immediate, but then you can control that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Other commissioners, Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, first off, I'd like to say I appreciate your supplemental agenda information. I think the way you've handled the right-hand elevation would be much more favorable to this commission. Same thing for the railing, so I'd probably like to see that explored further. a couple points of clarification. The solar panels, could you go into that further? I mean, those are individually applied shingles at Actus Solar, and the yellow areas on the roof plan, I think that's where you're saying they would go?
So it would actually be the entire roof that has that shingle pattern drawn. So really everything but the turret as it stands today, that would be the roofing material. The difference between the yellow and the areas not in yellow would be which of those shingles have the solar component in them, most likely. And I think with some solar roofing products, it's a little bit more visible than others, and I'm curious what your interpretations are.
So they're referencing slide 54, 55, and 56 of the supplement.
Yeah.
And how does that differ from this Da Vinci? Is that completely different, or are you proposing this as an alternative to that?
It's a separate product from the Da Vinci entirely.
Okay, and so if you're proposing this, would the Da Vinci go somewhere else on the project, or would you use that in lieu of the Da Vinci?
The Da Vinci is intended for the turret roof. And then there's also a small, what do you call it, roof awning between the first and second floor.
There's a roof edge that's exposed basically between the first and the second floor at the porch, with a gable going over the front entry. So we're proposing to use that at the, closer down to the street, also on that turret, but leaving the Luma product or solar roofing to the rest of the roof elements.
Okay, I would, and obviously we'll get into this in deliberation, but I probably would like to hear your feedback on where you've seen cedar shake used in the district, particularly Fourth Ward as well as in the city, for this style of architecture. I typically don't see it. Usually it's slate, asphalt shingles, especially on turrets, potentially authentic standing seam metal roofs. So don't necessarily see this product as much to be honest.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, to be honest. I forgot to mention it. We've looked at really about half of the area of Fourth Ward for that. And actually, I was a bit surprised. I thought it had been there, and I didn't see any examples, at least in that area. So, I mean, I'm definitely open to changing that more to a slate. Da Vinci seems to be a good manufacturer, and I'd be curious to get a sample of their slate product, but I believe that'll be a good alternative.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. And of course, we'd like to see a sample of that as well. These pictures are helpful, but we don't really get a true sense of what that looks like in practice. And the tumbled brick paver, did you say that this color is not what you're going more towards a red brick, or is that the color that you're proposing?
So there's a couple different color. Christy, do you mind going to that marked up brick paver sheet? Should be, yeah, right there. So
Slide 53 of the supplement.
yeah. So the bright red, we are proposing a red brick. We just weren't able to get a sample quite today. I think Ryan may get it tomorrow, to be honest.
Yeah, I can drop that off if needed to any location. We'd be happy to.
The tumbled brick beige paver that we have as a sample, it does vary a little bit from the image shown on there because they didn't actually have an image of the one we were able to get a sample of, which was a little odd, but that is intended where we show the yellow highlight over the path on the top and then the path in the bottom right.
Okay, yeah. Seeing that sample, I mean, even from this distance, I was a little hesitant at first, but having it here, so thank you for bringing that in. That really helps us visualize that. I would say, in a red, I might be more in favor of it. Just from my recollection, I don't recall any of the tan colored brick in Fourth Ward. I could be wrong. So having examples to show those situations, especially since most of the sidewalks in Fourth Ward are red brick, having that brick directly adjacent to it, if you can show us some context where that occurs would be helpful. Don't know that I could approve the tan brick at this point as one commissioner. And then my last thing, there's some fenestration, especially on the smaller windows. Christy, could you go to some of the elevations, maybe the side elevations? you have sort of that Victorian Queen Anne window style with the vertical orientation, but on your smaller windows, you lack that vertical orientation. I think for consistency, look to some of the other examples that you provided where they have smaller windows such as that. They may be further articulated with like a rose pattern or an array, or even no divided light. For those smaller window sections for this style of architecture, I might explore that for the smaller windows, just to.
And that's in reference to slide, Chris, would you say 24, 23, and
Correct.
22?
Yes, yes. And then if we look here, your accented, sunburst gable, that vertical element specifically on your, which street is that, left elevation, those windows, I might look at more of a decorative element, or, again, go back to the historic examples in your neighborhood of how those type of window situations are handled. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Worth. Other commissioners, questions of the applicants? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, getting back to the contextual criteria, one of the reasons that we carried this over was for the thermal wall setback, and particularly on 8th Street, I believe you mentioned that you moved back the two bump outs to get a thermal wall setback of 13.5 feet.
They will be moved from 13, so they have been 13.5 feet. They will be moved to 14. A little bit more than 14 feet, so less than a foot, just making a minor change here.
Okay, and then that compares with a 14-foot, 8-inch thermal wall setback of the historic house just down the street, and also on the corner. So it's very consistent with that historic house on that block. So I think as far as the setbacks, I don't see any additional concerns there, unless any other commissioners have any concerns with regard to the setbacks. With regard to the roof forms, if we go to slide 21, and on the staff notes, it was commented it would be nice to have side by side. So it's kind of hard to see. You certainly have made several changes to address some of our concerns. Our concerns were to try to make the upper walls look, just set them back, to give them a less impactful look of the overall third floor. Personally, I think that increasing the pitch of that eave was successful in helping to ease that transition to the third level. And then you've got some other ideas too, with for example, for the screening for the pool, changing that to a railing, part of that to a railing system. I thought that was helpful.
Can I ask one thing directly related to the pitch? One of the ideas we had talked about is having a slightly higher pitch. We don't want to get into the mansard roof territory for a number of reasons, but to essentially where you can see that, I want to say it's about 6-inch vertical railing at the top of the pitch for the terrace. We have an option to basically hide everything but the trim board. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so we could increase the pitch a little bit more if needed, to begin to hide that about 6-inch kind of head wall, for a lack of a better term, that makes the handrail for the terrace itself.
So you're saying that if you increase the pitch, then you would not need that rail visible from the outside? It would still be.
Right. The visibility from the outside would change from the roughly 6-inch area to literally just the top trim board. And we've kind of gone back and forth, and I'm just curious what the commission thinks.
Right now you've got a 9 and 12 pitch. The latest is a 9 and 12, I believe. So you would increase that some. I don't know if any other.
Let's not get into designing the project. They can't design it for you, but you can present what you would like and they will respond. Thank you.
Well, I think that would probably be helpful to help ease the transition for the impact of the third level. That's my take on that. If you look at the front elevation, I'm still struggling a little bit with the overall impact of the third level. So I see that for the front elevation, I see that you brought the right wall in a couple feet. Is that correct? Anything else you did to the front elevation to make that roof look less impactful?
So along that front elevation, we brought the wall that faces the neighboring property. So at the right-hand side of the elevation, at that terrace level, we did bring that in. We also brought the front-facing, the wall that faces 501 North Poplar on that terrace level. We brought that in as well. So that was bringing things kind of in closer towards the center of the project. So those were kind of the changes to the plan. Sorry, those are the changes to the plan that we had made to start to incorporate that, diminishing the kind of presence of the upper terrace area and integrating the roofs.
And keep in mind what's not shown on this image because it's shown in the markups. The very top right of the roof edge on the third story is essentially going away because we're converting that to a built-in almost attic appearance on that side, the right side of our house.
I'm sorry, I did not follow what you said.
Yeah, so we're changing so currently now where we see basically the roof forms at that terrace level, the further ridge, we're going to be transitioning that into more or less something similar to a hip. So it's not going to be a gable. And then we're going to be adding a dormer. So
Are you talking here?
no, right-hand side, yeah.
Here.
So
Would it be better for me to go to the right elevation?
sure. So where we see the dormer on this elevation, we're talking about is keeping that roof plane that the dormer is actually protruding out of, keeping that more similar along this back and integrating that element on the right-hand side of the
So You're
dormer.
going to be changing the design of the roof here.
Yes.
Okay, well then we can't talk about that if we don't have a picture of that.
They had the sketch in the amendment documents, but
Yes.
represented that
Yeah, it's,
sketch.
I really, what's required, commissioners, is the actual plan. Yeah, and I know we get into an issue where, final plans are submitted and you can't submit revisions. But that's why we encourage people to take their time and maybe wait out a meeting to be prepared for the next meeting. So Kim, back to you.
All right, question. So this building, as I'm seeing it, is both taller and wider. So even for the historic buildings that are taller, they're not nearly as wide, right? And so I'll let you address it now because I'll talk about it during deliberation, but the massing feels massive right now, in part because of that. I'll give you your chance to rebut that now.
When you say taller and wider, what are you referencing? Or what are you comparing?
Looking at slide 13, I am looking at the historic properties, and let's see. I think, what is this? The one on the other end and two in from that are historic. And they're taller, but they're not nearly as wide as your building. So I'm talking about those. Then we skip across the street. And on, let's see, from the West 8th Street view, once again, it appears to be longer, deeper than the rest of the properties that are historic. So, of course, our comparison has to be with other historic properties. So yours holistically looks to be pretty massive compared to those. So I thought I'd give you a chance to address that now.
Gotcha. I guess the first thing I would say about the width before we get into the massing of the width is that we have met the standard of the average of the historic properties on both of these blocks. And that would be specifically talking about the top left, basically our front elevation. And
Will you say that again? I can't hear you and I don't know, I can't understand.
Sorry. I'll keep the mic close.
Thank you.
So talking about first the top left area, before we even get into the massing, I would say that we have measured the width of the historic homes on both Poplar and A Street and used the average, and our home is actually less wide from the thermal wall standpoint. Now, as we get to the top, we have used a lot of scale reducing techniques to try to minimize any impact there. You know, looking at this, I feel, can't quite read the number. I believe it's, let's see.
Which one are you looking for?
It'd be the first historic home on the right, which would be the third from the left on that top. So just one more to the left. Yeah. To me, that looks fairly similar, at least from the view here.
Fairly similar how?
From a massing perspective, we have a lot of different roof angles and scale reducing techniques, and the overall width, even on the top floor, to me looks very similar. Ryan, do you want to add anything?
Sure. So again, so
Ryan.
yeah, no problem. Trying to learn. So they're at 523 North Poplar. Is that the property that you were referring to?
That's what I was.
I need readers these days.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
523 North Poplar, yeah.
No problem. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
And when I talk about it, I just want to be very clear. I'm not doing a height comparison and then a width comparison and then a depth comparison. I'm doing it holistically. So if your building is taller, wider, and deeper, the massing is going to appear out of context, out of sync with the rest of the streetscape. And that is my challenge right now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for clarifying. So I think in the sense of massing, the differences between ours and 523 is 523 has a single story porch, whereas since we are, you know, essentially trying to be more than just a single family, we have a 2-story front porch, which does begin to present as a different mass.
And just so that you know, just to your credit, it's an apples to apples comparison. So we wouldn't be comparing you to other single family, right? Comparable buildings like yours, that's what we'd be comparing it to.
All right. So in a sense of, you know, I don't want to break it down. I know you're talking about the massing overall and not breaking down components, but to kind of try to bring it into a little bit more contextually of what I'm trying to, you know, process and make sure is getting across is, you know, width-wise between that 523 and also ours property at 501, I believe that we are similar presenting itself along that street. While it looks in a different massing, I think what we aren't able to really see within these surveys is the stepping back of the elements and the items that are happening along that street edge. And that is, we're trying to stay true into the flat plane of what the surveys are showing and making sure that that gets represented. Due to the stepping back and the scaling down approaches that we've tried to make, we believe that the scale and the mass of this, we have worked very hard to try to reduce that along both street edges.
And in a two-dimensional way, it's not clear to me. Maybe some of the architects and builders can look at this and see that, but I cannot. And so as I'm looking at it now, just holistically, it looks much larger. Some people, in order to help people like me on the commission, have brought in, you know, 3-dimensional renderings. So that might be a suggestion to you guys. But as it stands right now, it looks massive.
So we do have some perspectives that were on the elevations as well as followed up by perspectives at the street edges to start to draw into that. Yeah, thank you, Christy. You're one step ahead of me.
Yeah, yeah, maybe Phil can help me out here. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that, we discussed massing at the last meeting, and it was my understanding that the chief concern was the overall impact of the third level. Not to diminish that you might still have some concerns about the height and the width. I think some of the commissioners are okay with the height and the width, and and the reason that we carried this forward was because of the third floor, the impact of the third floor. So if we could go back to the left elevation, slide number 22. Can you tell me what you did to the third floor roof to make that less impactful?
Yes. So where the recess, sorry, that was a little bit too loud. At the recess bump out, the roof that's beyond that you're seeing on either side of that. So that would be kind of the decorative gable that we have in the center. And then there's the roof edges beyond. Those have actually been depressed or pushed further into the project. Before they were a little bit closer to that street edge. So they're able to be seen a bit better.
Talking about on each side of the gable there, the
Correct.
upper gable, back
Correct.
behind there, that's been pushed back as well.
That's-
How far
that's-
back was that pushed back?
I think it was 4 or 5 feet. It was significant. I'd have to go back and take a look and get you the exact dimension for that. But it was a pretty significant change. And that was, as we started to kind of look at these sightline diagrams, is something that we noticed that needed to happen to really kind of lessen its impact towards those elevations along the street edges.
I'm going to say that looking at the 3D renderings, again, out of context, they're standing by themselves. I feel the same way. It feels like the massing is too massive. And I'm one commissioner, so.
Yep.
Can we go to slide 23, the rear elevation, and show me on the rear elevation what was done to make that look less impactful?
That's, I think, where we have markups in progress, where
Okay.
the changes aren't
Yes.
shown here, but we have been trying to do a number of things there.
Yeah, because there it looks almost like the third floor roof moved outward on that. If you compare it to the last presentation. So we're still waiting on final drawings then for the roof drawings.
Yeah.
Yeah, for how we try to build in the deck railing, I assume that's why you feel it moved out. Yeah, and again, we've been trying to find the least impact area for that deck railing.
Yeah, okay. And then on the next slide, slide 24, the right elevation, what's being done there to help, if you move to the next slide, Christy, it's 24. What's being done there? I think you're working on the railing, the pool railing to make that a little more transparent. Anything else in that elevation?
Also for this elevation was the sketches that were starting to allude to that roof plane at the upper terrace level, continuing through, and there'd be a second dormer. Where
We really need to see those,
Yes,
and
I
this
agree.
is not a
I
good
agree.
use of our time
I
right now.
agree.
Okay, anything else based on what we have been presented today?
Yeah. I
Any
guess
other
I'd like to
questions?
Finish addressing your concern about the massing. So if we could go back to the streetscape, please. One thing to mention as far as the width, I believe the next street down, which would be 601 North Poplar, would also have a larger width than some of the homes on this block as well. And it's really not hard to find even pretty nearby contextual examples where the width is a little bit larger than the ones on this block. Obviously, some of the 1970s homes aren't considered in a lot of ways by the commission, but a lot of those are very massive in a different category, so to speak.
And so that you know, the context for this building, your building is this street. So it wouldn't hurt to present that information. I mean, we do a 360, but these buildings are the most important when we're comparing, when we're looking at context. Yes, Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to just bring something up which may help the conversation, and this will definitely come up in deliberation, but, you know, from a holistic approach, you know, I'm not, and I speak as one commissioner, so please don't take this to heart until we all convene, but I'm not as concerned with the massing. I mean, we look at some buildings such as 324 West 9th Street across from Alexander Michaels, which is a massive house with a flat roof. I think there are some differences here architecturally, and you guys, you know, the applicants even mentioned some things that may help this. I don't think it's quite there yet. I think, you know, especially since this is a corner lot, pedestrian scale needs to be taken into consideration, you know, primarily the two main elevations. You know, so maybe look at those resources. You know, you guys mentioned on the corner, you may be cued in on some, the ability to put a wraparound porch around the turret. You know, I think that could help, you know, not trying to design it for you, but I'm just throwing out things that you said. So, you know, look at other examples where we do have two-story rear ends of houses. You know, how front porches are handled from the street perspective, setback, all those things, I think would help this, but particularly the West 8th Street elevation, I think you need to look at ways to improve that and just minimizing, I think, some of the comments that Commissioner Parati has mentioned in her uncomfortableness, and correct me if I'm wrong, with how this building feels from the streetscape. And then again, some of my comments before about some of the supplemental information you had, I think are fantastic on how to handle that third floor. I think that would help us as well, try to become more comfortable with this project.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on the same streetscape view, I guess I want to mention a couple of things on the bottom one. Obviously, the depth on this case is wider than the other homes on A Street. But I would also ask the commission to recognize we're on a corner lot, and even the other corner lot on this particular view is front facing, and you're not seeing the side of it. We've done everything we can to get our depth and massing of the A Street side very similar to a lot of other corner lot homes, as we've talked about roughly in the supplemental material and markups. And I guess I just wanted to ask I guess probably the staff, we had early on talked about getting a streetscape elevation for Poplar Street to the south, including the side of the corner opposite to us. Is that something that's typically seen in the immediate context for the standards as well?
South, isn't that all new construction?
No, so the opposite corner of us, there's that whole row of historic homes. Okay. And I think whether or not we have it, I think there is a streetscape opportunity for the house the opposite of us. And it may not have the exact same massing, but it does read very horizontal, and it has less articulation and less architectural techniques to try to minimize that.
On slide 12, which house are you talking?
Let's go to slide 11. So 428 North Poplar, and essentially that whole street is our immediate street. It's just opposite corner of where we are.
Definitely see what we have.
Okay, anything else you want to add before we close for deliberation?
I know our neighbor wrote a letter and we wrote a letter responding, and I've tried to work with her as much as we can. I don't know what the protocols are as far as what you expect to talk about. I know a lot of the comments weren't directly related to the HDC, but I guess I would open the floor. If there's any area you'd like to talk about, I'd be happy to.
I would say the letter from the neighbor at this point is considered hearsay, as we always do when they aren't here to respond to questions or comments. So probably
Or be sworn in.
Or be sworn in. So probably not needed or
I
able
agree.
to do so at this time.
I
Yeah.
agree. Commissioner Walker.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. I can't find it. What is the depth of the porch?
It's 8 feet. The
It's
porch
8
depth is
feet?
8 feet, yeah,
Thanks.
no problem, thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
I know we're trying to keep this at a high level, but we have bridged the conversation about materials. I did have a couple quick questions. Are you still wanting to use thin brick? Because this
Oh,
commissioner would
sorry,
not be.
I forgot to
this
mention that.
commissioner would not be in favor of using a thin brick.
We got some thin brick samples and we completely agree with you. We don't like the look of it at all. So no, we've changed that to actual brick. I don't know if the plans have been updated yet, but that's coming.
They haven't, but it is going to be a traditional modular style
Great,
brick
okay.
and kind of a classic Carolina red blend. So something fitting of the area and of the earth from here, which I think is going to be a good touch.
Great, thank you. And on the solar roof panels, I'm very intrigued by, the Tesla roof panels. Have no experience with those, but we certainly would need a sample. But our specs, our guidelines say no solar panels except in secondary areas, or they have to be screened. So it'd be interesting to see if these, meet our criteria in terms of aesthetics and blending in with the context of the neighborhood.
Yeah, and that's actually a really important topic for us to talk about a little bit further, just from the standpoint. I know you won't have a final decision today, but I guess the way we're relating to the context of the neighborhood, they are typically metal tiles, and so there are contexts for metal roofs. They have a slightly different style, but the appearance of ours contextually looks a lot more like a darker or a black slate. So, I guess I would ask if you think that's appropriate and maybe need to deliberate, that's fine.
Just need a sample.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
we do need
I
samples.
get that. And then on the composite porch columns, this commissioner, I would be hesitant to use that material. I mean, obviously it's a foam, it's not structural. And I would personally be resistant to using that for a railing system as well, just given how lightweight it is and having experience with foam materials like that. They're very weak, easily damaged. And
I can add,
consider something different.
the actual products, they have some reinforcement. I believe it's PVC pipe. There might be other options that have rebar, and I'm not 100% sure on the details, but it's not simply that foam from a structural standpoint. They have addressed that in a different way, and it's inside the columns, and I don't know exactly what that is.
Okay. Also in the staff notes, there was something mentioned about the brick retaining wall. I don't really see many details there. And we'll ensure that retaining wall is not higher than it needs to be.
Driveway, basically, it's for the driveway slope to come up. So the kind of the cheek walls alongside of is that?
Yes. I
Okay.
think it's the
So-
elevation.
So we do not have any details for that. Those can be produced for the next. But the material kind of stands the same kind of traditional style brick for those, keeping fitting with the rest of the materials used for the foundation. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just piggybacking on what Commissioner Goodwin pointed out, before when alternate materials would come up, I would cling to our standards. They're very clear. And then we had a wonderful representative from the State Historic Preservation Office come in and talk to us about materials. And so where I land right now after having that meeting is I'm more open to alternate materials that we have not approved, as long as we have samples and the profiles and everything match what we find in the districts on areas like the roof that are far removed from the pedestrian view. Railings on the porch and all of that, that's not that area, all right? So you all have, because you're trying to, I would assume, be good stewards of this wonderful earth of ours, presented a lot of alternative materials. Just know that the ones that we're interfacing with on a day-to-day basis as one commissioner, I will be hard pressed to bless anything outside of what we've seen in the past. But that's why samples are so important. Okay.
Yeah, they are. And I appreciate your patience with us trying to get samples. We've had some issues with manufacturers not even responding for over a month. So we are trying to get it, and we'll hopefully have everything next meeting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, yes, Commissioner
Sorry.
Barth?
Just one real quick thing. I don't know if, your audit of multifamily versus historic, that site plan that you did, looking to a like used building or, multifamily building, I think you might need to expand that search a little bit broader. It would help us sort of compare, like Commissioner Parati said, apples to apples. You referenced 400 West 8th Street, not saying that's a comparable building, but, it would help to know whether that's historic or not. You do list as
That one is.
multifamily. It is?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's honestly, it may be the only one that in every single way is multifamily and historic that we found in the neighborhood. Now, there are areas to the neighborhood I haven't gone yet because I felt, after you go to a certain point, sometimes you're not even dealing with single family and it's commercial. So, but we can take another look at that.
Okay, yeah. I think expanding that search just a little bit further may help us begin to evaluate yours compared to that similar type building. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we will close now for deliberation. Commissioners, let's start high level. Actually, why don't we start by looking at why it was continued?
If I may, I have a correction.
Please.
400 West 8th Street was built in 1981. So it's
81?
81, yeah. So the two, to correct, this is not historic. The two historic multifamilies are 404 West 8th Street and 412. So just wanted to.
Thank you, that's
Yep.
important.
Yeah,
All right.
402 and 404 are the same building for one of those. So 404 and 402 is.
We'll reopen so that we can hear this legally.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Go on.
Sorry, I didn't hear you close, but just note 404 is the same structure as 402.
Correct, but
I'm sorry.
400, I think, was referenced. So we just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank
400
you.
separate.
All right, so we will reclose for deliberation. So setbacks, are we pretty pleased with the study on the setbacks? Yeah, okay. Let's see here. All right. Context is the first thing that we have on our list here. And I'm just going to share that, contextually, I'm struggling with the third floor with the pool. And I know that the applicants are going to do a restudy on that, on the rear elevation in the roof as it pertains to the pool. Does anyone else share that concern? Contextually, it just seems incongruous with the community.
I agree. As I mentioned in previous comments, I think there's some supplemental information that would help that. It may need to be taken a step further. I can't say without seeing it. Just lost my train of thought. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I have the same concern.
Yep, okay. So contextually, we need a restudy of the third floor with the pool. Commissioner Barth?
I just, sorry.
Quickly,
Senior
before it
moment.
goes.
I think the complexity of roof form as presented is a big issue for me, especially seen down the right side and by the back, because we are on a corner lot. Some of the supplemental information might help that, like further study with regards to that.
And that's perfect. So we're at standard 6.13 for that. So context, anyone concerned about anything else outside of the third floor pool as it relates to context? We're starting there, okay?
Mine is kind of overlapping.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
It's kind of overlapping.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. Mine is kind of an overlapping. It's context but it's roof, but then it relates to massing and scale at the same time. So
Okay.
can I just do a
Yeah.
little statement and then,
Mhm.
okay. So originally, I think that I was the one that brought up the massing of the third floor roof. But when Commissioner Walker also brought up the concept of the wraparound roof lines for wraparound porches. And so in my mind, I may not have communicated this very well, but when I kind of requested that the roof lines be restudied, it was primarily because of the third floor, but I also thought that additional roof lines would help address the scale of that left side elevation on 8th Street, which would impact the massing overall to me. So I feel like there are some architectural elements that they are starting to explore, but I would still like more roofline exploration because I feel like it will help some of these other elements, which then relates back to context. I know that was a lot. I'm sorry.
But no need to apologize, Commissioner Wojcik. Thank you for your input. All right, so contextually, we're really focused on that roof form and the massing on the 8th Street elevation. All right, yes. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I wonder if anybody else agrees with this thought, and that is that I wonder should if the porch depth were more than 8 feet, if it were something a little bit more substantial, would that have an impact on breaking up the feeling of the size of this building? Given the other buildings on the street that this one is compared to, and the proportion of the porch to the structure, it's a much higher proportion of porch to structure. And if you look on slide 13, you can kind of get a better sense of the minimal size of this porch to its down on the bottom one on West 8th Street, down all the way on the right. Yeah. That kind of gives you a sense of the relationship and size of the porch to the entire structure, which I kind of feel like it's just not substantial enough. And to me, and having that be a bit larger would.
So that's worth noting. We don't design it for them, but it's worth noting. Okay. Any other points about context? Setback, they've answered. Spacing, we're good there, yes? All right. Orientation, yep. Massing and complexity of form. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, so this is the challenge. So we're taking into consideration that third floor with the pool. We're taking into consideration the porches that Jill just mentioned. The West 8th Street elevation is pretty massive. So we need to go a little further in terms of breaking up that mass. Any other ways that we can point out how massing and complexity of form can be improved without designing it?
I think scale and pedestrian, what guideline would that be under scale? Pedestrian experience. 6.10, yeah. Number 4 actually speaks to multifamily structures too, so that's helpful.
So massing and complexity of form, right after it is height and width. And so I think that those two work hand in hand. I think that this building is, compared to its historic context, both taller and wider than other historic buildings. Holistically looking at it, taller and wider and deeper, which is adding to the, from my perspective, massing and complexity of form. Anyone else have issues with the height and width on any of the elevations or all of the elevations?
We're requesting that they submit more multifamily evidence within the neighborhood for that correct?
We are, and so we're going to take that into consideration. We also have to look at the streetscape, that it's, it's neighbors, it's direct home. I definitely believe that historic context is going to help in the neighborhood, but it also has to fit on that lot nestled in between those houses. And so scale, we talked about briefly. Directional expression. Anyone have a challenge with this?
The Pine Street scape, or what? The left elevation, I think, needs to be further explored.
Okay. Phil wants to know, wants clarification.
8th Street, sorry. 8th Street elevation.
Needs to be further
Needs to
explored.
be further explored for directional expression as it relates to other historical examples in the neighborhood.
What about foundations, people?
I thought we talked about that a little bit in the last, and it,
Remind me, what did we say, Commissioner Wojcik?
that it was consistent with
Okay.
the elevations of the neighboring homes.
Okay. All right, let's move on to roof form and materials. They are going to restudy the roof form. So should we leave it there? And materials, we've stated that we need to see samples of, for example, the solar panels. I'm really excited to see those.
Yes. And
Yeah.
I do think the idea of a slate representation would be more appropriate than the shake.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, so do we want to stay there or do we want to keep going? Because there are some major things, high-level things that need to be addressed before we start looking at details. How do you all feel about that?
I'm in favor of.
Okay, I will just say that, or reiterate what we've said before. Because this application has so many alternate materials we've never approved, I tend to think you eat the elephant one bite at a time. So maybe you focus on the areas where you absolutely want alternate materials and areas where you can go with what we've historically approved. And there's a win in that. Or you can bring back all of the alternate materials and we can decide what we'll accept and, if any, and what we'll let go, okay? So materials further down, low-level detailed stuff, but just a little food for thought since that's something that's really important to the applicants, okay? So do we have, we've covered everything right up to cornices and trim. Let's get a motion going. And let's use our standards to help us craft it. All right? Who wants to take this one on? Commissioner Goodwin?
I'll take a stab at a motion. I make a motion to continue this application based on the following. With regard to roof forms and materials, we especially need the final plans, roof plans and elevations to be able to assess these plans. We need to restudy, especially the third floor, especially with regard to the impact of the pool, and properly be able to assess the roof forms in massing, especially along West 8th Street. We asking the applicant to expand search for comparable buildings and appropriate context. We're asking the applicant to consider a deeper front porch to help with the massing of the structure. And on the left elevation, we want to explore the directional expression along West 8th Street to lower the impact along that street. That's all that I had with regard to contextual criteria. And then I also thought that it would be appropriate to go ahead and mention some of the materials, certainly not inclusive of all the review that we need to do with regard to materials, but some of the things that
Commissioner Goodwin, I'd like to keep it high level because at some point, at cornices and trim, I'd like to do what we did before, which is to say we have not reviewed these, because once you're changing bigger things, little things change too. So let's keep it there.
Okay, well, if we're not going to consider materials as part of the motion, that concludes my motion.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you mention massing and complexity of form? Did you use the standards for those?
Oh, okay,
Because we're gonna need some, I'm sure Jill wants that.
Yeah, for roof forms and materials, that's a standard 6.13.
Yep.
Massing is 6.8, number 6. And we had mentioned scale and you referenced.
Hold on for
Oh,
one
sorry.
second, Commissioner Wojcik. Roof forms and materials, we should use number 1.
Oh, what's my, back to roof forms and materials.
Number 4. Number 5. Number 7. And number 8.
And 6 too.
Yep. Okay. Commissioner Wojcik, you want to jump in and add your other standards?
All right, but I was massing, and we were talking about 6.8, number 6.
Yes. Joe?
Yeah, and height and width, 6.9, number 5.
And if you're ready, Commissioner Goodwin, we talked about 6-point scale, right? So 6.10, number 4.
Yep.
Is that right, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Should we add number 2 as well? Kind of touches on your materials, on the materials conversation.
What page was that?
6.10.
6.10.
So we already have number 4, 6.2, and number 4. I'm wondering if we should add 2.
I feel like they've done a really good job of creating transition points based on the materials and
Okay.
design that they've used.
Okay. All right. So we don't need to add that one.
And directional expression. I believe that
6.11.
Commissioner Barth- Yeah, 6.11.
Mm-hmm.
1.
And then roof form and materials, 6.13. Okay, I'm thinking specifically 1, 4. Oh, yeah, we did these, 6 and 8. Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, and we can say that we have not reviewed the rest of the elements on this particular go-round. Okay, all right, so motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, Let's vote. Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to continue passes 7-0. Thanks, guys. See you next time.
Lunch is here. Do we want like a 10-minute break before we resume with application number 16?
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
And that, I have
Yes.
to leave too.
Okay. And I think,
Cluck.
Chris and Jennifer, are you with us?
Did we go to 16?
I cannot stay past 2, so.
Hi, folks. Chris Scorsese is here.
Hi, Chris. Welcome. We need to get you sworn in. Okay, you ready, Kim?
I am. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, we have our attorney for a brief window today and our commission for a very brief window. So if you can do your presentation in like 10 to 15 minutes, we would love that.
I'll do it in 9 minutes.
Perfect, because we're going to lose quorum
Overachiever.
otherwise, and we want to get through this case for you.
Okay.
Thank you. And if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Chris Scorsese, 425 North Church Street, Charlotte.
Okay. Let me know where you'd like to start. I also have the agenda supplement pulled up for you
Sure.
as well.
Thank you so much. If we could just start at the at your comments, and want to just make sure to convey that we went through these thoroughly. This is just a little diagram stating what the comment was and what our actions were. And I can kind of reference these when we get into elevations. But I did want to note on the first comment, which had to do with the hanger style windows. If we remember those from our last time around, we did want to ask that the commission look at and consider 2 examples of previously approved doors on commercial projects, which were both located at the periphery or the edge of the historic district. So that is one point of conversation. These are the 2 which are have been identified. This restaurant with overhead aluminum doors, and I believe we may have a second one. Which again is, which I think is Ed's Tavern, which another, no, I think it should be, yeah, that's it. Another project which was approved, again, on the perimeter of the district with a non-traditional solution. So that is just a kind of a starting caveat statement. And if we go back to our checklist, the second one, and let me just add something. We have shown for today the hanger style doors, as well as an alternative, which is a fold up window, which is indiscernible from a double hung window. So we do have an option there for discussion. Item B, we've adjusted the spacing on the windows to show that 6-inch mole cap, again, to replicate the look of a traditional window, which would have counterweights. Item C, we've re-looked at the side or the right and the rear elevations. We've just adjusted the fenestration and the proportions a bit, as well as just added a bit more human scale elements there. Item D, we've provided additional details. And then materials. So we have adjusted our brick corbelling so that we don't need any additional steel ledger strip reinforcement for our corbelling. So no heroic cornice lines there. And let's see, it was on materiality, and on the site plan, we've added 18-inch planting strips to the sides of the building. And then lastly, on the box bays, we went back to look at some historical precedents. And the one that we kept coming back to as a design team was St. Peter's, which was originally a hospital built in the late 1800s in Fourth Ward, which has this just beautiful solarium type projected bay at the front entry. And so you'll see a certain kinship between our side elevation and even rear elevation projections, with some pretty direct kinship to St. Peter's. So with all of that, maybe we'll go through some elevations just to make sure that we are sharing our adjustments based on your comments. And starting at this front elevation, no significant changes of note other than those minor tweaks in regards to, say, the corbelling. So you can see the hat on this guy up top is a bit different. The corbelling of the bracketry just being a bit more understated. And I will note that, apologies, let me turn my phone off. That the same kind of care and, really honoring the hand of the craftsman here with quite a bit of detailed brickwork within this front and side facade. Worth noting, we have maintained this tripartite window configuration up front. We've added additional space between the windows, again, hearkening back to that more traditional 6 to 8 inch vertical divider between windows. So that being said, I want to show a couple versions of this with the open windows, the first being the hanger style windows. So in this case, the entirety of that width opens up vertically and folds out, and we have a detail associated with this, but those fold out, creating in essence a bit of a overhang on those window openings. And then if we use the second product that we have researched and found, which is a fold up window, those vertical dividers, if you will, or vertical elements between the windows would stay in place because those are the railings, vertical railings or tracks for that window system. We are also showing an ornamental iron rail system just behind the window system. So when these are open, gives proper safety guardrails there. Okay, so let's see. We go to the left side elevation. We have reconfigured these projected bays with a tripartite window configuration, additional width between the windows. You're seeing some adjustments to the corbelling again on this elevation, one being the primary cornice at the top or more at the top of the building, as well as the corbelled brackets, which exist below the bays. So each of those projected bays has two enlarged corbelled brackets. As well, we've adjusted the cadence of the windows at level 1 underneath those bays, so we have double windows below there. Obviously a very clear double hung window configuration really everywhere on this elevation. As we move to the rear, again, projected bay, very similar to what we have on the front, supported with the corbelled bracketry. And we've added a bit more detail here. We have blind louvers below the top row of windows, as well as a blind louver atop the egress door centered below. And we are painting out our electrical room access door that it would just visually go away and become a non-entity on that elevation. As we move to the right elevation, and this is the elevation between us and our neighbors to the south, the Tremont, we've adjusted our window frequency, I guess, if you will. We've added additional insets, paying homage again to as if these windows had been bricked up at some point historically. And you can see where we're also showing where our gutter locations would be on this side as well. And then I believe we have some details as far as heads and sill and brick and a variety of different details associated with, some of the finer points here. Again, the separation of paired windows, head, our header conditions, sill conditions. And then as we move to where we do have trim versus brick and the associated details with that. Our adjusted corbelling, and you're seeing as well all the different types of brickwork, whether it be corbels, rowlocks, stack bonds, and the like. And then as we move to the individual doorways, if you will, storefronts, you're seeing all the associated dimensions, materials, again, extremely traditional in its styling on all of these details. And let's see. Thank you for scrolling for me too. I appreciate that. More window details. And then this is the example of the two window types. The first to the left being a hanger style window, which again rises up within tracks and creates a bit of a horizontal projection at the side. The second being a fold up style window, which again, the look of the two is the same. The only difference is between the two is that the verticals would remain in place with the second style window. So there wouldn't be a horizontal break there. But the look when the windows are closed, still the same, still looks like a tripartite double hung window unit, or a window opening, I should say. Associated materials and details and dimensions on both of these. And I would say that, it's our preference to utilize the hanger style windows. Again, being at the perimeter of the district, we felt it to be appropriate in that it's the majority, or I should say the lion's share of this as a commercial building being different from its single family neighbors to the more inboard side of the neighborhood, and this being a commercial building, we felt that was an appropriate solution. And then we've pulled the second just because the fold-up window system, and that is a manufacturer fold-up window, it looks exactly like a double hung. So let's see, I have perhaps gone through, I think, all of our elevation and details for today. And we do have supplementals. So these are good just to see where we were on the left, where we are now on the right. So you can see adjustments to the bays, the fenestration, and a bit of some proportional changes on just window sizes and the like. On the right-hand side elevation, worth noting just the change to the window patterning. And then the rear, the reconfigured bay, and we also have studied a alternate which has a transom window over a canopy at that back door, but the bay itself is largely the same. And then as we go through some of the other images, I believe we have the two examples that we had noted in the beginning, again, of commercial buildings at the perimeter of the district, as well as the imagery of St. Peter's, again, where we drew our inspiration for our bay projections. Images of the awning style windows. This is Suffolk Punch or Hyde Brewing, and south end. So you can see those windows open there. And then the window company we were mentioning, Fold Up Window, as you can see to the right, in the center of the bay. When this unit is closed, it looks identical to a double hung. And then those open on sliders, they're built with traditional wood window type componentry and materials. So very interesting product. And this is the first time that we've investigated this product, but we are looking forward to trying to utilize it in the future. And let's see, maybe some more supplemental information in regards to this company. Oh, I'm sorry. This is our typical window for the majority of the project, which again is a clad wood window, and the actual manufacturer. And I think that is all of our imagery. So I'll stop talking.
Chris, I see Jennifer and Scott are with us. Do you know if they want to speak? If so, we need to get them sworn in. Or we can ask them. Jennifer, Scott, would you like to speak?
I can be sworn in.
Yeah, me too. We're just here for questions, so we can be sworn in.
Let's swear y'all in.
All right, if you'll both raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and they are the only callers, so over to you, Kim.
All right, commissioners, questions for Chris or the Rays? I'll start off. Chris, thank you so much for providing examples of hanger windows in the districts. Please help me with this. The two that you provided, it's pretty discreet. It's not as prominently placed as your structure. I think your structure being up on the top floors with the hanger style windows is a little different, and it is unlike what we see in that particular area. So will you speak to that, please?
Yeah, sure. I think it's important to note that we are honoring the spirit of the rules of the commission, and sometimes we propose something that we think is in keeping with that spirit, but may not have been done before. So we felt that this was a very good balance of having the capacity to the overall building feeling in harmony with its neighbors, but having the added benefit of the hanger style, which really is, it creates cover for the opening when the window is open, and its proportion is a visually pleasing one. So there are always rules, and there's always respecting the spirit of the rules, and we felt that we were doing the latter.
All right, thank you, sir.
Can I add something there?
Sure.
This is Scott Ray. I don't
Hey,
know.
Scott, could you turn your camera on?
Yeah,
You and
sorry.
Jennifer?
I'm
Thank
very
you.
tech unsavvy. Let's see. Did that work?
No.
There's a little camera button at the bottom, Scott. Should be beside the microphone. We're not together. I'd press it for him.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks for coaching your husband too. Why don't we just keep going? Maybe Jennifer, you can speak to it while Scott figures out the.
I think he was probably just going to say maybe that, the examples on the Vintage and Ed's Tavern are certainly an alternate window or door type of window opening than what you would see on other buildings. So there are examples on the edge of the district. Most of those are on the edge of the district, not facing any other historic property. And, they were allowed to have those alternate materials. Ours is kind of that same thing where we're not facing anything in the historic district. And we do think actually being up on the second and third floor that's being, very respectful, that it's up there, it's not on the first floor. We've taken them off the sides as well. I don't think we noted that we were showing those on both sides. I think 2 on each side on the second and third floor, and now we've removed those. So they are only on the front elevation, which, doesn't face anything else in the historic district.
Sure, thank you for that. And look, it is the hanger style windows, when they're closed, they look pretty traditional. So that's a positive. I would prefer those over the fold up style windows. I'm just looking to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say about that. Okay, any other questions, commissioners?
I do.
Yes, Commissioner
Yeah.
Walker.
Hey, thank you. Could you just explain to me a little bit about the driveway and parking and what appears to be a reduction in the buffer to the rear yard lot line?
And this is slide 5.
Thank you.
Chris, can you speak to that? I think we actually increased the buffer back there.
Yeah,
I
we've
guess I'm looking at
increased the
slide-
buffer.
I'm looking at slide 34, so I guess it depends.
That's from last month. So
Okay.
they changed it on slide 5,
All right.
if you
sorry.
want to compare. But Chris, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, we are adhering to both code mandated buffers as well as we've added some additional bufferage based on, or I shouldn't say buffers, landscape strips based on your comments from last time. So those are adjacent to our sidewalk to the top of the page and our driveway to the bottom of the page. And then I think we've made some subtle adjustments just with our front yard setback and things like that, but it's inches here or there. But worth noting, we are proposing that the entirety of the top and I should say the south and the east side of the parking is buffered between us and the properties adjacent. And then of course we've got to honor all of the zoning mandated requirements at the street edge. So we would have a planting strip and sidewalk and the like.
So the driveway's gravel,
Mhm.
and I guess also the alley will be gravel as well?
That's correct. That's correct.
Any
And
other
we
questions?
have concrete pads just for accessibility, for ADA accessibility.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about the difference, since we were on slide 5 there. The difference in the site plan that you show this month as compared to previously, it seems like it has less information, specifically the plan elevation has been omitted entirely. And I just think that context of that is really important when we're evaluating the changes in the elevations. I personally refer back to that to just understand the whole picture. So I'm just curious why you all omitted that information.
Yeah, I'll just, when we get to that slide, I'll try to speak to that.
Are you talking about the Zotwall?
Talking about this one, slide 5, where the site is, there have been changes to the site plan from the previous submittal, as we just spoke about, but the actual plan, like the plan information is now just a block. Yeah, the building is just a block, and just why that information was omitted.
We really focused on all the exterior and landscape information. The interior plan, if you will, really, I don't think is of terrible concern to, or isn't traditionally of concern to this discussion. There hasn't been any information omitted on the exterior. Everything is still the same.
I don't think anything changed on the interior. All the dimensions there are the same too.
Yeah, all the core elements and the stairs and the like are the same.
Well, specifically, I brought this up the last time, that the plan and the elevation did not match with regard to the fenestration specifically. So you revised the fenestration on that elevation, on that side elevation, but the plan's gone. So now if that's still the existing, I'm just saying they don't match. We just look for those to be consistent.
Yeah, I would have to, Mike, kind of fine tooth comb where there are discrepancies. The design hasn't changed per se with the envelope of the building other than the shifting of the window bays. So I'm not trying to avoid the question in any way. I'm simply noting that there hasn't been significant changes. We've just been adding additional information.
Well, it was, I guess that's a matter of opinion, maybe, it is, I think that elevation, I mean, it's an improvement. We discussed it. I mean, it definitely is more of what we were looking for the fenestration. But that is substantially different, I think, from the previous elevation.
Are we required to have a floor plan? Do we need to show that?
Well, I'm asking for, the drawings are presented, it's part of the presentation of drawings, and the elevations and the plan definitely need to mesh. And so,
I mean, we don't review interiors. We ask for floor plans if they help explain something that's going on in the exterior. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah.
You think it will inform,
right.
Any questions you have about the exterior?
It spoke to understanding the fenestration in the previous.
Okay.
And so I think because that was something we brought up in the previous,
So do you
and
have
this elevation changed?
questions about this elevation?
No, I was just curious why they omitted the information. Like there's less information from the previous application on the site plan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. I will, since we're on this elevation, thank you for adding in more fenestration on the right side elevation. At the pedestrian level, that lower level, I feel like those windows need to go all the way down. I mean, I won't say anything about the second or the fourth window. I think that's going to be tucked away further outside of the pedestrian view. But that first window on the right elevation, bottom floor, I think needs to be there. And so that's a point, we'll bring it up in deliberation. If you want to address it now, feel free.
Yeah, again, there's always a 1,000 moves in the design of one of these buildings. I do recall that is adjacent to the lowest portion of the stairwell. And we were trying to avoid some conflicts, I believe, with handrails and the like. And really worth noting, this building is maybe 10 feet from our adjacent building. So your capacity and we're also pushed back from the street from the Tremont as well, a few feet. So the capacity to view this elevation, again, from the street is a limited one.
So Chris, are you saying that the top two windows, yes, thank you, Christy, are more visible than that one at pedestrian level?
No, I wouldn't say they're any more visible, just again, with the scale of our neighbor to the south. Those were added because of the interior experience. Our stairwell on the upper two floors doesn't impact those windows.
Okay, so that's something I'm going to bring up because I think it's important to have it there. Any other questions? I'm sorry, go on, Chris.
I'm so sorry. I was just saying specifically on the first floor is your comment.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes, Thomas?
Madam Chair, let me just come back to the point that Commissioner Lineberg was trying to raise.
Okay.
as the applicant has alluded to, you are not under any obligation or legal authority to actually evaluate the interior of any of the properties before you. However, I think what Commissioner Lineberger was alluding to, and you also are picking up on that same point, is to understand the exterior dimensions of the property. To the extent the interior may be affecting that, it would be good or helpful to understand that. I think your illustration of the window of why that was actually brick instead of actually a similar window was affected by the interior dimensions, which is the stairwell. So to the extent the commission is asking for the interior schematic, again, you're not evaluating it to approve or deny the building, but it does help you, and I think to Commissioner Lineberger's point, understand why this lower window is actually bricked up or why certain things are being placed. So I do give you just that food for thought. If the applicants, in their own wisdom and judgment, do not wish to provide that information, that is their right to do that. But I do understand what the Commissioner Lineberger was indicating and asking for discussion. So I just want to make sure I put that out there in the record.
Thank you so much, Attorney Powers. It's great to have you back. All right.
So can we use the prior floor plan just to explain the stairs and the elevator and just trying to get all those elements
Sure.
in there with the windows?
Mm-hmm.
Slide
Yeah, Attorney Powers, just let's pause for one moment. Attorney Powers?
Legally have no objection to that. However, Christie alluded to this, and I think Commissioner Lineberger had this question the last time. There was maybe some discrepancies from the interior's dimensions versus the exterior. So just make sure we're still evaluating that to understand fully the context. So
Absolutely, and because this did change, and maybe you'll talk to us about it, Jennifer. The outside changed, the exterior changed, so we're still keeping the same interior. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think on this floor plan, you're seeing the only thing that probably changed is those rear doors. There's only one of those little service doors now. There's not two of those. But other than that, the layout is the same. But just to kind of show you what we're facing on that side as far as the challenges to meet commercial code, we've got 2 sets of stairways and an elevator. So obviously trying to fit windows on that side is a challenge. And I think if you look at commercial buildings throughout the districts, a lot of the sides, have very minimal windows historically.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm not saying anything about the second, there's the rhythm, right? So the second line is bricked in, then the fourth line is bricked in. I have nothing to say about those. But when we are talking about our neighborhoods, one of the distinctive characteristics is how pedestrian friendly it is. And to have that one be right there, under 2 that have been opened, is not something as one commissioner I'm okay with.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes. Yeah, thank you for addressing a lot of the things that we had concerns with. And can you help me with the Bay example you had? I think you said St. Peter's. First off, is that, I mean, I know it's not in the same historic district, but is it in a historic district?
It is across the street from the 4th Ward Historic District, built in, I can't figure out if it was built in 1870s or 1880s.
It's a historic landmark.
Yeah.
Is that part, is that part of the original historic construction there that we're seeing?
To the best of my knowledge, but I would have to verify that.
Okay. Okay, that may be helpful. And then I was trying to find it on my own, but I'll just let you, on the hangar window examples, you mentioned on the edge of the district. And so can you elaborate on that? Are those in the district or just on the edge?
They're in the
They're in the district, and they are the very last buildings, if you will, on each edge of the district. The South Boulevard side and the Tremont side.
Slide 66 is the vintage, and if you look on slide 67, it's located right here, which is actually just down the street. The lot we're talking about is approximately right here. And then slide 68 is Ed's Tavern, and that's shown on slide 69 at the intersection of Ideal Way and Park Road.
So Commissioner, just to clarify, they are inside the district. When they're saying the edge, again, it will be district to non-district, but they're still inside the district.
Okay,
It's a
my next
similar
question is
condition.
maybe for you,
Yeah.
Christy. Were these approved by the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I speak to that for a second?
Sure, Scott.
There's my camera. So with those garage doors on Ed's and on Vintage, they face the non-district side of the neighborhood. And so, well, they've been approved in that application. We don't necessarily think a garage door or that size garage door is appropriate. So we're trying to do something more historically appropriate when it's closed, but still get some of the use. And then the second thing is that the architect and Jennifer hasn't talked to. The big reason on the right side of the building, I get at least half of the reason, not even the floor plan on the inside. The reason the windows are limited on that right side is because of fire separation. The Tremont was actually built over the property line. And so because that was approved and built like that, we're dealt with a few circumstances that you normally wouldn't have to deal with.
So are you saying that it's impossible to get windows on that side?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I think we're already where we show bricked in windows. Let's say there's no stairwells there. I don't believe we would be allowed to put windows along that whole side where they have the faux windows bricked in, and Chris can confirm that.
Like we may be in a situation where if we add one, another one has to go away.
Okay, thank you for saying that. I just want to, because you said we may not be, and I need to know if it's impossible or not. Because I don't want to ask you to do something that's impossible. And when you say it may not be, then that says that that we don't know.
Well, Chris knows. The conversation Chris and Swee and us had the last time on our end was that they were already at the max of openings for that fire separation. Chris, can you speak to that?
Yeah, we have a percentage that we have to stay below based on the proximity to the adjacent building. However, Scott, if it comes down to this one window being the detail that makes or breaks an approval, I think that we could probably get that window incorporated with the stairwell and make the adjustments needed. So if that could be, if that is the one sticking point, I think that we could put that in the notes and get that window changed to a window versus an inset. And I think we're right there on the line, but I think we would be okay with our percentages.
Thank you, Chris. And I won't talk about the other windows that I really want to talk about, but they're set back. So I think, you choose your battles. So.
And I had one more thing on the boxed bays as well, since there was a question on that. We, in the last meeting, I don't know that we touched on the slide, but there is a slide in the last package that shows some new construction examples in Dilworth that have recently been approved that have a similar kind of cantilevered bay.
Is that on commercial buildings, Jennifer?
It is,
what you
yes.
have? Okay,
they're
perfect.
residential, but they're commercial residential. So I just did want to point that out, that there is precedent for recent HDC approval for those type of bays. In my package, it's slide 52, but I'm not sure what it is in yours. I think it was towards the end of the last one. Keep going. Almost there.
So many slides.
It's just moving real slow because it's so big.
You're almost there.
There we go.
Yeah, right there. So one of them on East Boulevard, I think that was approved sometime in the last year or two. It's under construction right now. And then one of the Tremont condos that's kind of right around the corner from us has some examples of those as well.
Thank you. All right, any other questions, commissioners, before we close? All right, Chris, Jennifer, Scott, anything you want to say before we close?
No, thank you.
Nothing on our end.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We will now close for deliberation. Commissioners, let's look at why we continued this application and see where we stand. So we studied the hangar windows by either showing historic precedents on historic buildings within the districts or proposing an alternate, more traditionally appropriate option. Anyone have an issue with the hangar windows? No, we're all good there. Okay. So the precedents they provided is sufficient. Okay, so A, check. They did include a minimum of a 6-inch mull between gang double hung window units. So they answered that, yes. B, check. C, we study the right and rear elevation for ways to include additional fenestration. So we had a couple of options here. Anything stick out? Any particular one? The transom window versus the vent?
So slide 65 is the transom window with the
Slide
levered
60.
awning. And then the vent is shown on slide 62, and these are the supplement.
Okay.
I think that the transom with the awning is more appropriate. It matches the other architectural elements on the front of the building better, breaks up the facade better.
Yeah, Commissioner Wojcik,
Protection.
maybe you and Commissioner Lineberger and Goodwin and Whitlock, because you're architects and builders, looking at that rear elevation, you know, when we're looking at rhythm of fenestration, it looks to be like a small opening, like a little void in that expanse of brick wall. That's not put in architect speak, but I'm hoping that you can speak to that. Anyone, and sorry, not just you, but
It being a single door does not take up the same proportion of wall. And it does leave a vast amount of brick on that lower facade. It is lower in grade and it is on the rear of the structure, so it's not perceived as much from a pedestrian standpoint. It would be strictly for that building's access, but they did utilize brick texture on the right side to break up the structure or the brick mass, which was more efficient. That might be something similar that they could express on the rear.
Okay. What do you think, Commissioner Lineberger?
I really tend to agree. I don't have much more to add to what Commissioner Wojcik just said. It's definitely an improvement from previous.
Can it go further? Yes, Christy.
Can I say something? On commercial buildings like this, I know we don't see them a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of times the rear is more utilitarian. It's, you know, service entrances. It's not as designed up as, you know, front and pedestrian angles. So that might be a consideration too. You know,
So we don't have any concerns with the neighbor behind this
well,
building?
I think what you might ask for, if you're concerned about it, is other rear elevations of historic commercial to show what the precedent is for, you know, fenestration.
I'm going to defer to you because that advice or that information you just gave is helpful enough, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I mean, Cindy would also have a lot to say about rear elevations because in her previous role, there were a lot of commercial structures that she dealt with. So Cindy, please correct me if I'm wrong, or if you have any other ideas to help the commission.
Christie's correct. The back of a commercial historically is going to be very utilitarian. If you are concerned about the interaction or the interplay between the residential, if the guidelines permit it, you might be able to ask for some sort of screening element. It doesn't necessarily have to be right up against the building. But there could be a screening element between this and the neighboring parcel, residential parcel behind.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up for me. All right, okay, so our other reasons for continuing this. So are we pleased with the restudy of the fenestration on the rear elevation? The right side, it sounds like Chris is open to it. I believe that there should be a window there. Any thoughts about the right or rear elevation that have not already been stated? Okay, so maybe C, we can work out a little more. Or Christy, if they put a window that's in keeping with the other windows on the right elevation, would that be able to go directly to staff?
Sure. The only time it wouldn't is what I think Chris and Scott alluded to, and Jennifer, is that given the fire code restrictions, if they add something here, they might have to give up one of these. So
If they have to change it, then they can come back to us, because Chris said that he thought that there was wiggle room. They were right at the boundary. So
absolutely.
if they can add the window without changing anything else, I, as one commissioner, will be happy to send that to you guys.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. All right. D, provide further section details through window head, sill, and jamb. And they did that, yes? All right. 2, materials with regard to brick corbelling. Site plan, restudy its non-permeable surfaces and request that paving not be placed directly up to the building foundation. So we saw a new buffer, we saw how it looks on the site plan. Are you all happy with that?
I would like more specific information on the buffer that's on the rear lot line. Since it looks like it's only 5 feet deep, my concern is how effective that will be in terms of serving as a buffer to the residential structure behind it.
So 5 feet is code, right? Or is zoning, like that's what it's supposed to be. So when you say you want more information, what exactly are you looking for, Commissioner Walker?
What kind of buffer is that? How tall is it?
Okay.
There we go, right there. 7-gallon wintergreen boxwood. So
Are you looking for maybe the height it will?
yeah,
go to?
because I remember there used to be considerable
It's on
planting
the-
material
it's
there.
on the neighbor's property.
It is.
The trees.
Okay, so on
But-
their side, it's just boxwoods.
Yes, but I'm sure you could open it up and ask them how tall that is.
Okay,
Or
and before we do that, I'm concerned about it because in our guidelines, parking structures, parking lots
Parking.
like that are supposed to be buffered
or
from
they're supposed to be
residential.
screened from view. You're absolutely
Exactly.
correct.
Well, then let's open up and ask Chris. Chris, how tall are those shrubs?
I would have to, sorry, I was going to make sure I was unmuted there. I would have to look at the cultivar of those. But I would perhaps ask this in a different way. We're showing a consistent, nonstop shrub wall, if you will. I would assume that the intent is to just get as much coverage as possible. So we have enough room there to plant vertical evergreens, and we have that capacity. Again, that is a landscape selection concern, and that is an ongoing process. And we, if I could speak on behalf of the clients and the design team, we are open to your input, but I wouldn't want the selection or cultivar of a shrub to be the deciding point or to any way create a wrinkle in the process. So we are open to input there. But again, I think that it's a discussion item. Again, understanding we want to cover as much of that parking as possible, and we're right there with you on wanting to do that.
Okay. Jill, do you have an idea of how tall you
Can I-
think they should be?
Am I allowed to answer what the height is on that?
You are, Jennifer. Yeah,
I believe they get up to 4 feet tall is the standard.
up to 4 feet tall.
Yeah, so I don't think that would work, and I guess I would refer to our guideline 8.2, number 9. When
does it-
allowed,
yeah.
such parking, when these type of parking areas allowed, they must be buffered from the sidewalk. Any parking or paving plan must include a screening plan to buffer non-residential parking areas from adjacent residential uses. So I feel like we need to make sure that that is adequately buffered from itself.
I could, if we want to do add a note here and select a different plant selection. And
That'd be
Jennifer
great.
and Scott are comfortable with doing that?
Well, there's two boxwood varieties that we went between. The one Jennifer's speaking about is a 4 to 5 foot height, and the next one's a 5 to 8 foot height. The reason we picked the 4 to 5, which we can do the 5 to 8, is because of it's more symmetrical with the width, the 2 to 3 foot width, and it grows into a hedge. So we can do the 5 to 8 foot height, but I think even in reading the definition of what's required, I guess I'm failing to understand how a 4 to 5 foot height is not a buffer when it's 2 to 3 foot wide and they grow together. That's what I'm missing, because there's no vertically, I don't understand. There's no explanation of a vertical buffer height wise.
Yes, Attorney Powers.
Commissioner Walker, and by extension, the applicant, I think to the concerns you're raising, what you're indicating, at least from my perspective legally, is that if this was addressed, this would get the project to a point of approval, correct?
Meet the guideline.
Okay, so I just want to make sure for the applicant, at least, I think
She said just because she was not on.
Go ahead and say that again for me.
I said it would meet the guideline.
So I just want to make sure, at least for the applicant, understand Commissioner Walker is asking about the opportunity for a taller actual vegetation in this property, because it could get this project to approval in that regard. So I just want to make sure I at least address that for the applicant as they're asking the question of why maybe a distinction between 3, 4, or 5 feet and a 5 to 8 in that regard.
Yes, I fully understand, and I would love to move to an approval, and we'd be open to a 5 to 8. I think that we should not go to get an approval. We shouldn't go to a 10 to 12 or a 20 to 30 height. Like, I think the buffering of a vehicle that no vehicle stands taller than 7.5 feet would make sense, right?
May I ask a question?
I would beg to differ, and if I were living behind this, I know there are vehicles that are at least 7 feet tall, at least, and so I would think a legitimate buffer would be, you know, a Buford holly or some kind of larger evergreen planting material that gets at least 10 or 12 feet tall that's going to actually serve as a screening buffer.
Scott and Jennifer, if I may, many times in a situation like this, we specify Chindo viburnums. They get, 10 feet plus. They will hold a hedge edge. They are leafy evergreens, and they grow extremely quickly and they're not very dependent on irrigation. That's one particular cultivar we've used in the past successfully, and we've been very happy with both the look, the maintenance, and the growth rate. And if you are amenable to that, and we could add that to the note, again, the goal being everyone being satisfied with this. And in the end, after it's all built, the neighbors are all happy with it. So that's just a suggestion on the actual planting.
Sounds great.
That sounds great, Chris. So let's move on. All right, so box bays, they showed how they are present within the, within our districts. Anyone have any issues with the box bays? Okay. Number 5, we did not review signage or front yard paving or dumpster locations or screenings or any of that, which is all related to tenant usage. So right now, the only challenge that we have is the buffer that Commissioner Walker brought up and the bottom floor right elevation window. So it looks like these applicants have answered the reasons for continuing this application. And it looks like the 2 items that we need help with are pretty simple and can go to staff. So does anyone disagree and have Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I still, I'm coming back to my fenestration and my right elevation discrepancy. And I just want to clarify, if we move with approval, and we improve this elevation as is, while we were told the interior, the plan did not change, there is a discrepancy between where the windows are located on the plan and where they're located on the elevation. So I guess I just want some assurance. What assurance do we have that, and Christy, maybe you need to answer this, that we specifically had a restudy, requested a restudy of the fenestration, and they did that. But there's a discrepancy in what we're being told.
So your issue is that they didn't provide an updated plan that matches the updated fenestration changes.
Right,
So what you, and to verify that what will be constructed is reflected on the elevation, and that's the accurate path forward, not the plan.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think you just direct staff to say, you are to approve, slide 11 and with the location of these windows. And this window, it needs to be a clear window. Like, you can make it a condition that the plan matches and all those things match, and we can check that.
Okay.
If that works for you.
That does.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so it sounds like now we're cooking with gas. So it's time to make a motion. Commissioner Whitlock, do you mind doing that one for us, please? So all we have to do, let's just go through the reasons why it was continued, or we've already done that. So why don't we go through with what you think your motion should be, and then we can add these conditions if necessary.
I move to approve the application because the project is not incongruent with our standards. There are 2 caveats that I think will be can be handled with staff. And number 1 would be adding a window on the right side elevation at the front bottom in place of the brick faux window. And so that elevation would be per slide 11 with that addition of 1 window. And then the buffer at the parking lot per standard 8.2 would be a minimum height of
15 to 20 feet.
15 to 20 feet. And again, to be approved with staff.
Commissioner Lineberger had a friendly amendment. Will you add it, Commissioner Lineberger, and see if Commissioner Whitlock accepts?
see, how should I word that?
Maybe staff to check.
Yes, that that staff confirms that the elevations as presented are what is approved, or the elevations will be as submitted, will be built as submitted.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. All right, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of this motion? Attorney Powers?
Let me just make sure I clarify one portion of the motion. Commissioner Walker, you indicated that vegetation between 15 and 20 feet. I'm not sure there was information related to the evidence going to that point. Could you just make sure you state what is your basis for that number, 15 to 20 feet for vegetation, before the vote?
Sure. While a lot of cars might be 6 or 7 feet tall, there are trucks, people own trucks, there are delivery trucks, there are other vehicles that can be considerably higher than that. So typically, when you screen parking, you do it at a significant height so that it really does its job.
And generally, because you mentioned the trucks issue, this is a commercial property. Is that where you're connecting the trucks aspect for
Could be,
this?
right, that's
Okay.
right.
Just want to make sure I at least have that information out there as the basis so everyone's on the same page, at least to the thoughts of Commissioner Walker. If there's any other questions, I would direct that to Commissioner Walker, but at least from an evidentiary standpoint, want to make sure everyone is aware of that and understands your basis for the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin?
One clarification, the 15 to 20 feet, Ochendo by Burnham will reach that. It takes a few years. Are you talking about at maturity or are you talking about at planting?
Mature height.
Okay, thank you.
So that should probably be stated, that caveat should be stated in the motion. So are you good with that, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin.
Can we add just a few standards?
Yes.
Okay, and then you're great.
Okay, so Chapter 7, Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5. And then Jill, you want to add the
8.2, number 9 was parking buffers to residential.
Perfect.
Okay, and Commissioner Lineberger, you had something you wanted to add? Okay, all right, so
Actually, I do. Do we need to add that staff will review that the signage, front yard paving, or do we need to add that that will be, need,
I think you'll just say that the commission's not reviewing, repeat basically from the staff memo, the item for continuance, because all of those things are related to tenant usage, and the applicant, when making those decisions, will come back to the commission.
okay, so are you okay with that friendly amendment, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
And are you okay with that friendly amendment, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Do we have further discussion of the motion? Yes.
Make sure it is number 5.
If you would just read it for the motion.
Number 5, if you could just add that to the motion.
Yes. The commission is not reviewing signage, front yard paving, dumpster locations, and screening, et cetera, which is all related to tenant usage.
Okay. All right. So let's vote. Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0. Congratulations.
Thank you. And we will close the meeting.
We will close the meeting now.
And note
Let's-
that number 16 will be heard at the beginning of the April 12th meeting.
Okay. So this concludes the presentation. Sorry, excuse me. We have reached the end of today's meeting. Is there any further business to discuss? All right, we'll vote on the minutes and finish the agenda on, again, that date, Christy?
April 12th.
April 12th. All right, this meeting is adjourned at 2:16 PM. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.